to his office for. And we highly appreciate his presence today as he will be opening this research day on behalf of the Vice Chancellor. DVC Research, Innovation and Partnerships, Professor Mutiba, is also with us in spirit. We know wherever she is with the other compelling university activities, she's here with us in spirit. Also, the other executive deans, there is a very important activity at the university, so they are there to take care, because the university cannot be closed when we are starting with the spring lectures, the research days for all the faculties. I would like also you are going to get an official welcome, all of you. I'm just giving some few remarks, but I cannot wait to just say to the guests, Professor Mapaya and others, that we see you. Our DVC Teaching and Learning will welcome you formally, officially, and we do see you as a faculty. I just want to also say to all the professors, associate professors, academics, HODs, directors from all faculties, we really can't thank you enough just to be with us so that we start with our research days. There is something that God blessed us with as Faculty of Humanities, the faculty where all the Ubuntu, the values of Ubuntu, you can say whatever, they reside in this faculty, they start here. And I guess that's the reason why we are the first faculty to open the research days at University of Limpopo. Today is the 1st of September. 1st of September, the spring day, and we are the faculty that starts and open the research days. Ours is called Spring Lectures. Ours in Faculty of Humanities is called the Spring Lectures. You see all the plants outside. The old branches are falling off so that they restart. That's Faculty of Humanities. We are going to shed all the things that were not going right, the branches, the old ones. We are going to restart the journey. Hence, we are the first. And hence, I'm saying we feel, and it's no longer a question of feeling, we are blessed. We are blessed to start. I just want to say the following to those who will be presenting for the first time. Is spring, we are starting, you are also welcomed in the research community. Just note that as you are going to present your papers, that is initiation into becoming a member of a research community. And becoming a member of a research community is not as smooth as you might think. Just like in any other community, there are you are going to find that there are sharks, there are dolphins, there are, you name them. You are going to find all types of animals in the research community. Even the eagles are there. The decision is yours. The decision is yours whether you stay like an eagle and use the storms to fly higher in that community. But strong people, not good people, strong ones, they stay there and say no matter what happens. So we are going, I'm also part of that community, by the way. What we are going to do, I'm warning you in advance, we are going to tear your research titles and your research studies into pieces. We are going to tear it into pieces. When we tear it into pieces, our intention is to sharpen you. Is to sharpen you so that when you swim in this research community, you become a better person. We want you to become better persons, and we want you to compete not only at University of Limpopo or nationally. We want you also to go international. That's our mission. That's the reason why we are going to tear your studies into pieces. And in that way, it's also a mission of checking and shaking you whether you will stand the test of time. You must be able to defend your position. And you become cool. Don't get angry. There is a skill that I like most. We call it a pruning skill. Pruning. That's why our lectures are spring lectures. Even the plants, we prune them. We prune them so that when they restart, when they begin again, then they are so lovely and people appreciate it. So just take it in good spirit that, by the way, that's the time where they are pruning my skill. They want me to be a better person and compete internationally. That's our mission in Faculty of Humanities. And I just want to remind you of two requirements, especially for those who are studying PhDs. For all of us, especially the students, remember your research proposals must be approved and ethically cleared within 6 months. You get that? So that you can't escape within 6 months. After 6 months, the lady who smiles to you stops smiling and then send you a termination letter. So you must pull up your socks. And for the PhDs, remember, before you graduate, you go for oral defense, and you must also have your research article accepted for publication. If not accepted, then you can't graduate. So in a way, I'm trying to say, as the sharks, the dolphins, the eagles, the spiders, all, you name them, as they tear, your presentation apart, where now you must just know that I'm going to improve, and they will see my article published no matter what. You get that? You must get your articles published against all odds. So those who already know the ropes, those who know the ropes are those quiet ones. So don't feel afraid to go near the quiet ones and learn from them. We don't stop learning. We all learn from others. And we cannot know everything. It's not possible that you know everything. That's why we complement each other when we are together. So just know that it's a learning exercise. Sometimes it becomes rough, sometimes it becomes smooth. Never get discouraged. Never get discouraged. Just soldier on. Soldier on. Perseverance and resilience. That's what should be your values. To say, let them talk, but forward I go. Forward I go. With these few remarks, there are others who will share more. I was just, in a way, trying to welcome our DVC teaching and learning to open spring lectures officially for us in Faculty of Humanities. Thank you.
I'm not sure whether we have a program director, but it doesn't matter. Program director, Prof. Mohoboya, the dean spoke very well that if it was like in a debating society, she was going to get a prize. Can we give her a big round of applause? Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to acknowledge the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Mokhalong in absentia, as well as a colleague of mine, Professor Mutiba, the DVC for Research, Innovation, and Partnerships in absentia, and of course, another DVC who is seated close to me there, Professor Duplessis from the University of the Free State. I was talking to her that one of my supervisors long ago, his surname was Duplessis, which then means you must treat every person very well, because you never know where you are going to land in future. Can we give her a big round of applause? And of course, I've already acknowledged Prof. Mautu, the executive dean of these successful. Prof. Rafapa will add more synonyms. This is successful, this what? If I were to narrate the whole story, but it doesn't matter, it will be for another day. And of course, the organizing committee, under the capable leadership of Professor Rafapa, who is the research professor in the same faculty, and all its members. And indeed, we have seen you, and we saw you. Realibona, you are working extremely hard, and things are going to pan out very well under your stewardship, Prof. Rafapa, and your capable team. And of course, we have directors of school from various schools. It could be schools from the humanities itself, or even sister schools. Heads of department from their respective divisions, and of course, one of our keynote speakers, Professor Nazarov from Urgench University. And in this regard, we'll also like to embrace his students. When I went through the program, I could discern that there are 2 students from Urgench University who are also going to give us their presentations. And of course, our close colleague, very supportive Professor Mabaya, who is seated close to Prof. Muhoboya there from University of Venda. Prof. Mautu said those who are capable, those with the right expertise are very quiet. And indeed, Prof. Mabaya is very quiet, but invite him to perform. You will see things which you will have never seen in your entire life. I trust when he comes to present his presentation, he will start by presenting his unique type of presentation. He sings very well. In my language, a person who sings well, we call him Nambi. I'm not sure in Northern Sotho or Sepedi, somebody who sings so well, what do you call him or her? You don't have a term for that. Oh, Sikhwari, yes. And he has produced many CDs and even LPs now, because we have to upload them. It's very good. And of course, we have to acknowledge all the presenters. And we are grateful that when a call was made for you to submit your abstracts, you did not hesitate to do so. You did that adequately. And our acknowledgement also goes to the national and even international presenters. I saw papers by colleagues from University of KwaZulu-Natal, as well as UNISA. There could be more. And the support staff that we have among our midst, we highly appreciate you, colleagues. Don't think we don't take you seriously. We do, because we depend on you to appear in the media. Our ICT staff, marketing and communication staff, and of course, more importantly, for some of us, students who are going to present today. I know Prof. Mautu might have made you jittery, and you might be thinking of sneaking out of this hall. Don't run away. There's nothing to fear. If you have an unsettled stomach, it's normal. it also happens to us. When I'm standing here, I also had that stage fright. And I've been speaking in my academic area, in my entire academic area, I would say for more than 30 years. But that fright does not disappear. So don't think it's abnormal. It's normal, but you must tell yourself that you are the best. There's no other you on this earth. You are the only one. You are unique. Can I see students here? Can you raise your hands? I just want to have an idea. Are you afraid even to raise your hands? Thank you. Thank you. And we are so grateful that indeed you are in majority, which then means things will go very well because you have very good supervisors. I can tell you this without any doubt. You have some of the best supervisors that you are ever going to get in the whole country. I'm saying this because some of us have been elsewhere also studying, and some of us have also been asked to supervise elsewhere. And the academics that you have espouse Ubuntu in the true sense. I remember in my case long ago, I thought I was brilliant. And indeed, I was brilliant in the sense that I used to get some awards, performance awards, that, hey, you are number one, hey, you are number one. Then I thought I'm going to attempt the first chapter of my PhD. I did not even approach my supervisor because I thought I was brilliant and highly intelligent. Well, I did that. I wrote almost 100 pages at a go. And I thought, here, I've killed my study, if I were to use that figure of speech. And when the work came back, it took me a week to recover. In the sense that each page was full of red marks. Red. What do you mean here? You did not quote properly. Don't just quote. Also express yourself in your own words. You can't keep on saying according to. Use your own thinking. Not that you should not quote. But fortunately, I did not run away. I ended up completing my studies, but another mistake I made was when I went to present for the first time. And by then, I was a junior lecturer here. I crafted my paper, and I thought it was going to go very well. It was at an international conference. All the universities were gathered there. I went onto the stage, and I read my paper. To my surprise, when I sat down, nobody clapped their hands. The program director was so nice. He said, if people don't clap hands, then it means your paper was excellent. So I'm saying this, that if you were to encounter some problem or some challenges, don't be afraid to face them, even the questions that are going to be posed. Fortunately, I've seen you are not alone here. You have your supervisors. If you don't know how to answer it, you can simply say, let's talk during tea time. and then indeed it will go very well. But on a serious note now, the humanities as a study field, you might have seen the discussions, global ones, that humanities have gone out of fashion, that humanities should be phased out, that people should focus on science and technology, especially now with the advent of artificial intelligence, which is running amok, as it were. Now, they are saying, why should we employ somebody to teach English? Because we have a tool as far as artificial intelligence is concerned. Why should we employ somebody to teach mathematics? Because you could simply prod your AI tool to give you a square root that you were looking for. Why should we employ somebody to teach Xitsonga, for instance? Because whatever you want, you could get from that artificial intelligence tool. But my answer has always been that artificial intelligence tool has been designed by a human being, which then means it can't be more significant than we as humankind, than we as a species, that on this earth and in the universe as a whole, thus far, we haven't as yet discovered a species that is more intelligent than human beings, which then means even artificial intelligence, even though it is important, it is inevitable in a way. We have to embrace it, but we embrace it in a positive manner, to say it is a tool to enhance our learning, to enhance our lives as human beings. So these are some of the topics or the themes that you are going to analyze. I've seen presentations on gender-based violence. This is a sad topic, but it's good that we are going to discuss it so that we can advance solutions to this scourge. I've seen topics on translation and interpreting, a very important field indeed. I've seen topics about African languages, about TV and radio and communication in general, and of course, a very important philosophy or part of African philosophy, Ubuntu. The topics are so many, I cannot narrate all of them. Lastly, I was somewhere last week at a conference and I posed this question to say, I tried to have this clause, you can call it a sentence or a clause, to be translated by an artificial intelligence tool. In my language, if I'm very angry and I will not budge as far as my standpoint is concerned, I'm going to say, La da hafa liakovela. I'm not sure whether Dr. Nangovela is here today. La da hafa liakovela. Those who are Chivenda speaking will help me to translate this into our various languages. Prof. Muswede, I know you are multilingual. La da hafa liakovela. Even Prof. Mabaya, I know it's multilingual. He can translate this into Northern Sotho Speedy. How would you say it, Prof. Mabaya? No. I don't want to say you have passed or failed, but it's a good attempt. They did not get it right. So I thought this artificial intelligence translation tool, there are so many, will help me to translate that into property vendor. It could not. So I was happy in a way that even if we say artificial intelligence, it's like a panacea, it is not. There are areas where it is still lacking, where it depends on us in order for it to become intelligible. Ladies and gentlemen, with these few words on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and the university, we wish you a very successful conference, and I know it's going to pan out extremely well. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our DVC, Teaching and Learning, Professor Matache, RN. Let me take this opportunity, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and greet you without wasting time, because we are already behind time. Protocol has already been acknowledged and established. We have colleagues here who are serving in the committee logs and comms. They're dressed like I am. If you need assistance, you can approach them at any given opportunity. Yes, let's proceed with our program. On the program, I have the next item that reads, Introduction of the guest speaker. I hope and believe that you all have programs in front of you. I don't know whether I should introduce myself or reintroduce myself. My name is Mpoto Moboya. I'll be serving as the program director to it. The next item here, as the person who will be introducing our guest speaker for today is approaching the podium, I'll request the band to give us a rendition. Just a very short rendition, if you're around. The band, are you around? Have they gone out? All right. Yes, introduction of the guest speaker. Colleagues from Logs and Comms, I see Prof. Sichol is not around here. Who's going to do it? Is it going to be done by? All right. Prof. Ntombela, may you kindly come up stage? Who's going to do it? I thought as they are still rearranging and reorganizing themselves, the band would be here to, keep us busy, as it were. There you are. In the meantime, colleagues, our DVC has already acknowledged our keynote speakers after being introduced from Urgent University. Professor Murad Nazarov will be taking the stage, but I think we are going to listen to him from online, virtually. He's going to do it virtually. I think one colleague will come up stage and introduce Professor Nazarov. And in the meantime, those who are responsible for technology here will be connecting with him so that we do not waste time. Oh, he's already there. Let me do it. Let me do it, colleagues, in the interest of time. I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker for this year's spring lectures is Professor Murad Nazarov. I have his bio here. Professor Professor Murad Nazarov is the one who's going to deliver a keynote paper today, which is the 1st of September 2025. And his paper is entitled Bridging Worlds, Translation as a Tool for Cross-Cultural Understanding in the 21st Century. Professor Nazarov specializes in English language teaching and in translation studies in the Department of Translation Theory and Practice at Urgench State University in Uzbekistan. Professor Nazarov has published over 20 academic articles, including in Q1 Scopus Index journals, and has actively participated in international internships in Slovenia and Turkey. His current research focuses on translation theory, cross-cultural communication, and applied linguistics. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Professor Nazarov to the virtual podium. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof. Nazarov, the audience are yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. It's a great honor to address you today as a keynote speaker at this spring lecture conference at the University of Limpopo, celebrating its 65th anniversary. I am Murad Nazarov, Associate Professor at the Department of Translation Theory and Practice at Urgench State University, named after Burhan Biruni. Although I'm joining you from afar, the strong collaboration between our universities allows me to feel connected with you and this remarkable event. This in itself illustrates the power of translation. It not only bridges languages, but also connects people, ideas, and cultures, and across distances. Translation is far more than replacing words from one language with another. It's a tool for understanding, a vehicle for cultural exchange, and medium through which humanity shares knowledges, values, and stories. In today's modern world, translation is becoming more vital discipline. Today, I'm going to invite you to explore one of the biggest topics, which is connected with intercultural communication. And I would like to invite you to explore with me multi-layered dimensions of translation, how rigid cultures, the transformative opportunities the 21st century presents, and ethical and cultural sensitivities it demands, and revolutionary role artificial intelligence plays in shaping its future. Translation and culture is inseparable things. Translators do not merely convert words, they convey the cultural, emotional context embedded into those words. Every language carries, carries its secret history, worldwide view, values, and translation service as a bridge between the different perspectives. Let me give some examples. A simple greeting in English, how are you? In English can transform into Yakuticism in Uzbek language, which literally means, are you walking well? So here you can see the difference. Both carry concern for well, but reflect different cultural expressions and values. The translator must not only convert words, but carry across cultural sentiments behind them. Consider further the reservoir of cultural. The Uzbek craft İlge Sultan, literally one who serves the people is the king among them. When translated directly, feel overpowered in English. Yet, well-matched English equivalent, he who serves people earn respect, deserves meaning and emotional resonance. So delicate choices reflect artistry and cultural sensitivity required in translation. Literature uh, exemplifies how depth translators must navigate. A line of Uzbek poetry may evoke local folklore, history, and societal values of family leaders. So translators convey these elements through subtle explanation and adaptive technique while honoring the author's voice and intent, preserving cultural diversity, enabling cross-cultural dialogue, translation enrich global knowledge, and fosters mutual respect among people. It invites us to appreciate both our uniqueness and our shared humanity. In the 21st century, presents unprecedented, unprecedented opportunities and cultural community. Digital platforms, online conferences, and vital events such as this one allow intentionous connection across continents. Ideas, usage, literature circulate broadly within the moments, creating vibrant network of human exchange. Technological advances have transformed translators' toolkit beyond traditional dictionaries. Today's translators harness translation memory software, collaborative platforms, and vast multilingual databases, streamlining workflows and enhancing accuracy. The ability to access the world literature and speak data intentionally was an unimaginable generation ago. Globalization fueled demand for professional translation because the diplomacy, science, and education. Translators become cultural ambassadors, facilitating cooperation and building bridges between nations. With such influence comes responsibility. Each translation must strive for precision and cultural fidelity to avoid misunderstanding that will have serious consequences on global cooperation and language encodes unit worldview and many concepts do not have direct equivalence. Translator must navigate these differences thoughtfully. For instance, concept of privacy is central in Western culture, yet in many Eastern traditions, including Uzbek culture, is less prominent. Accurately conveying this concept requires specific explanation context and rephrasing to preserve its meaning without losing cultural nuances. Consider the Uzbek phrase "Ata Anaya Hurmat," which conveys deep respect and reverence for parents. Translating this phrase directly as respect for parents may fail to capture its full social and emotional depths. A translator must instead add context, a profound and culturally embedded respect for one's parents, allowing non-Uzbek readers to grasp value attached to family. Cultural humor presents in joke relying on local idioms or wordplay can be understood if translated literally. For example, in Uzbek, pun involving homonyms may require equivalent in pun or descriptive explanation to preserve comedic effect. Similarly, poetry often intervenes rhythm, rhyme, and rhythm cultural imagery, demanding careful adaptation to convey both aesthetic and semantic elements. Beyond literature, cross-cultural awareness is essential in business, diplomacy, of course, in legal translation. Contractual terms, diplomatic language, corporate communications must align with both target and the cultural expectations of the audience. Missteps can result in misunderstanding, offensive, or even conflict. Hence, translators act as a cultural mediator, ensuring messages are received as intended. In cultural intercultural competence, the ability to understand and respect and adapt to diverse cultural perspectives is equally critical. They maintain linguistic accuracy while bridging cultural gaps, making them cultural creators as well as language experts. This dual expertise is indispensable in a world where global interactions is constantly needed. Artificial intelligence is transforming the translation. Tools like Google Translate, DeepL, and ChatGPT can process vast volume rapidly, testing translated with drafts, constantly and large-scale projects. These tools increase accessibility and efficiency, especially routine or high-volume tasks. However, AI abilities have limits. Machines lack human intuition, needed to validate subtle cultural meanings and emotional nuances. For example, Uzbek expression, "Gönlüm tağdek oldu," literally means my heart became like a mountain, but it conveys a feeling really. Subtle machine may miss this meaning. The future of translation lies in collaboration between human expertise and, of course, AI efficiency. Human provide cultural context, creativity, and sensitivity, while AI supports speed and uh, fast reading. This partnership is essential to meet demands of interconnected world while maintaining translation quality. Translators carry significant ethical responsibility here. Every translation decision can affect communication, relationships, and of course, the meaning. Inaccurate translation may create diplomatic misunderstandings, medical errors, or business conflicts. For instance, translation of medical instructions in clinical trials put in daily lives, while misinterpretation of diplomatic language could inflame tensions. between nations. Ethical translation demands strict adherence to accuracy, neutrality, and confidentiality. Translators must avoid inserting personal opinions or biases, faithfully presenting the original message while respecting the target cultural sensibilities. They are entrusted maintaining the integrity of myth and trust of their audience. Consider the case of international business negotiations. Translators must not only render words correctly, but also convey the tone, emphasis, and politeness levels appropriate to this culture. A failure in any of these elements could result in financial loss and damaged relations. Thus, ethics and cultural revolution go hand in hand, shaping professional standards for translators globally. Additionally, with increasing reliance and on AI and automated tools, translators must exercise oversight to ensure that technology translation adhere to ethical and professional standards. Human judgment remains crucial to prevent miscommunication and to protect authenticity of the source content. Translators therefore function as guardians of trust and cross-cultural understanding, blending linguistic skills, cultural insight, ethical commitment to enable effective, responsible communication. In conclusion, the translation is much more than linguistic exercise. It is a profound act of bridging worlds, connecting people, ideas across gaps of language and culture. It preserves cultural diversity, fosters misunderstanding, and supports global collaboration and peace. As we advance into this century, translators remain essential actor in the global ecosystem. By embracing technology, cultural awareness, and ethical standards, we can ensure that every voice is heard and every culture respected. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much to the wonderful presentation by Professor Nazarov. Let me request another round of applause from you for our professor. Bridging Worlds, translation as a tool for cross-cultural understanding in the 21st century. I had emphasis on the interface between humanities, AI, technology. So it means there should be a blend between the two. As we technologize, digitize humanities, we should at the same time humanize technology, AI, etc. Thank you once more to Professor Nazarov, and without any waste of time, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me move on to the appreciation. That's another item on the agenda, appreciation of the guest speaker, and this one is going to be conducted by our research professor in the Faculty of Humanities, Professor J.R.L. Rafap. Prof.
Thank you so much, Professor. I'm really grateful for the chance, for the opportunity. All protocol observed. In my home language, Northern Sotho, there is a saying, "Humela." If I'm rapped on the knuckles by seniors back on campus, I shall say, "Ke humela ka Executive Dean Professor Mautuli DVC." They did the protocol for me already. Professor Nazarov, We are so grateful. Initially, we felt some slight disappointment that you wouldn't make it physically to the conference. However, the power of your presentation has offset whatever iota of disappointment that would have lingered. We are nourished. We regret that there were glitches, Professor Nazarov, the Ankara visa passport debacle, but you have bridged everything. Every stumbling block has been defeated by the presentation. You actually, apart from the paper, being a paper, proved to be a shining exemplar of what translation is, considering that in Uzbekistan, the country is not Anglophone. Yet you delivered so fluently and flowingly the paper in English, which is not your mother tongue, attesting that translation is livable, is doable. We have an exemplar in you. We're so grateful. From your presentation, Professor, we are more convinced than ever before that through translation, that is self-translation, that is self-description, that is self-definition, using the tool of cross-cultural understanding globally, the world can be healed. Before your paper, Professor, we wouldn't have imagined that repositioning Africa in the labyrinth of local and global dynamics would actually find a facility in translation. We are convinced now more than ever before that the remedy for intractable runaway globalization rests in cross-cultural translation in the bigger-than-life manner in which you demonstrated. We thank you, Professor. We shall only miss you in the evening because in South Africa, we excel so much in carousing after the conference. We shall be carousing, we shall be relaxing in the restaurant. Unfortunately, without you in our midst, we are very excellent carousers here. I don't know much about Uzbekistan, Professor. We thank you.
Another round of applause for both professors. That was wonderful indeed, Professor Rafapa. We appreciate that. Before we let you go, Professor Nazarov, I would like the audience to put a few questions to you. And I think if I can take, how many questions? 5? 5 questions. Thank you very much, Madam Dean. 5 questions from the floor. And from your side, Prof, you can jot. Yeah, from your side, you can jot them down in order for you to be able to answer them properly, sequentially as it were. Colleagues, it's time for you to ask questions. I am laboring under the impression that virtually, Professor Nazarov is able to hear us. The first question, let me start from my extreme right. We are putting the question to, in appreciation of what Professor Nazarov was presenting. Questions, colleagues? No, you cannot say you. What has Professor Madash said about it means that the paper was excellent. Was it more than immeasurably excellent? But at least 1-2 questions, colleagues, to Professor Nazarov.
Professor, we dart forward and backward as a form of art in Africa. So pardon my darting backward. I'm here just to present to you this beautiful token of appreciation for availing yourself and for presenting a wonderful, wonderful keynote and for nourishing us and turning us into sublime translators of reality. This is the token of appreciation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you once more. It will by osmosis be sent to you there at Uzbekistan, Prof. Nazarov. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget the questions. I hope by now you have jotted them down. You just put them to Prof. 1, 2 questions. The presentation was quite incisive and interesting. Where is it? I believe there is a roving mic. You are recognized. I'm recognizing you. Prof. Nazarov, a question is going to be put to you. Jot it down. The next, okay.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. And thank you so much, Prof. I think for me, I was more intrigued by the topic itself. From someone who's coming from also the applied languages field, my biggest question as well in translation comes in asking how can translation also be used in the classroom in considering to code switching where it does not become a hindrance mostly to come and translate, because you know in English and also our applied languages, we don't really promote for the translation because we want our students to be comfortable in the language that they're teaching. So how can translation be utilized in the classroom as a sort of support to also assist our students?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Prof. Nazarov, have you heard the question?
Okay. So as I heard, the question was about the customs, how to transfer a custom into different languages. So, you know, we use different techniques in translation, but still national customs valued the words related to realities that cannot be translated directly into different languages because of cultural diversity. So somehow we can adopt them in target language, but it's not like a way to translate the cultural nuances or cultural words into different languages. It's better to preserve them in its original version and transliterate them into different languages. By this way, we can just preserve the cultural value of that nation. I mean, the cultural value of this source language.
Yeah, thank you very much for the answer. I'm not so sure as to whether the questioner and colleagues are comfortable with that, but I believe it's Professor Nazarov has answered the question. He has touched on transliteration, translation and transliteration without losing the cultural value of the target language. That's what he said. Another question? I can't see clearly. Colleagues on the floor will assist me. Are we fine? Thank you very much, sir. May you kindly give him a mic?
Thank you very much, Prof. For me, it's just to appreciate the presentation that has been made. But now, after your presentation, there conjures up some of the questions regarding the translation. I just wanted to find out, how do you maintain the quality of the thinking and the thought after translation? Because largely when you translate, you end up losing the original content of what it entails. So I just want to find out from your side, that how do you strike a balance and make sure that that original is still maintained even after the translation? That is my my question. Thanks.
Thank you very much. ICT people? Prof. Nazarov? It's like we are experiencing a glitch. There is this expression that goes, lost in translation. I think it relates to your question. Lost in translation. Can you reconnect us, please? Thank you very much as he is reconnecting us. Yes, in the meantime, colleagues, because this is the second question, the third, fourth, fifth. I know you are jotting them down in the interest of time. I do not know as to whether we have a timekeeper. If there's anyone who has been assigned the duty of keeping time for us, please remind us. You can just, come closer to me and nudge me. Mr. Mamadi, and nudge me. Are you the timekeeper? All right. Yeah, we have lost Professor Nazarov, colleagues. I don't know as to whether we should just continue, and once we re-establish the link, then we can go back to him. Do you allow me to do that? Thank you very much. I don't want to rule over you. I work by consensus. Let me ask the band, our beautiful, melodious, lovely band, to give us a melodious rendition as we are trying to rearrange and reorganize ourselves. Thank you very much.
Shatoka kiboga disizwa kinari itoja tariensu ratanani nataganeni kubaganani ulina kubaganani ratanani bana ba Yesu ulina vakanani ratsanani takaneni varitapi.
Yeah. A round of applause, please, for our band. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? All right, thank you very much. We are going back to our professor. He left the meeting. Let's just, okay. Talk to Professor Fapa. All right. The prof, these are some of the demerits of technology. In as much as we love technology, at times we get inconvenienced by it, as it were. Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity once more, colleagues, and call one member of the, I think it's Dr. to come and make some announcements on how we are going to move from here. Yeah, sure. You can come up front and give us some announcement. But before, as he's coming, I have one that shows a photo shoot during tea break. And this photo shoot is meant for Spring Lectures Committee members, the executive deans, the DVCs, our keynote speakers, our distinguished guests. We also have distinguished guests. I'm not so sure as to whether I'm one of those, but Professor Mapai is one of those I know. Yeah, now we are going to. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Program Director. As you have already indicated, that mine is to give the direction from here. We'll be moving to the parallel sessions, but before we go to the parallel sessions, allow me to indicate that we're going to be having 3 venues. The first one will be this one, which is going to serve as our main hall. And then we're going to have Breakaway venue 1, which is going to be on my left hand side. When you exit that door, it's written Vele on top. Then when you move towards the right-hand side, there is a Breakaway venue that is written Lunkudu, which is going to be our Breakaway session 2. When we are done with the Breakaway sessions after lunch, we are all coming back to the venue to converge here. Then you will be given further instructions from there. So now we'll be breaking for tea. As we break for tea, the band can also be playing the sound. That is the announcement that I've been tasked to come and present. Just to repeat, to make sure that the message is clear, Breakaway venue 1 is going to be on the left when you exit that door. It's written Vele on top. Breakaway venue 2 is going to be on the right. It's written Lunkudu on top. So the presenters must go to those respective venues. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Dr. Ramshava. A rendition, please, as we break into, what did he say? Are we going for tea? Or we are breaking into our parallel sessions? Yes. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, you can play.
uba mhlolo wamagazi emamuriri mosana sosana yalera nona itama silibizisi emamuriri mosana sosana yalera to nona itama silibizisi erigile la wona ohlolo wale nonyana itwamas elevesisi kho eligile la ubona emohlolo wale enonyana itwamas elevesisi
I would like to confirm if the presenters are all here, and if I call your name, can you please do so by just raise of hands so that we can confirm the availability of all speakers for the session. Okay, on our program, the first speaker is supposed to be Kamau C. Okay, thank you. And the second speaker is supposed to be Nazarov Murad, and they will be presenting online. And the third speaker will be Mapanga M. Can we see by show of hands if Mapanga M is available in the hall? Okay. The fourth speaker is Sidibeng KM. Sidibeng KM. Okay. I need confirmation whether Mapanga M is in the hall, and followed by Sidibeng M. And the other speaker will be Sikwe L. Thank you. Then Malachi CM. Okay, noted. And Dr. Juniper. Anyone who noted Dr. Juniper? Okay, Racheku.
known as SADA. This provides the global normative foundation for equality and non-discrimination. It obligates states to take proactive, enforceable, and measurable steps in protecting women against violence and discrimination. However, the literature highlighted that while its widespread enforcement remains inconsistent, with many states struggling to translate commitments into lived realities. At the national level, we looked at the South Africa's NSP on gender-based violence and femicide, which represents one of the most ambitious policy responses on the continent. Scholars such as Gous note that the NSP aligns well with the global frameworks of feminist principles, but persistent barriers such as underfunding, weak institutions, accountability, and poor monitoring threaten its effectiveness. The gap we noted was even clearer when we turned to case studies to South Africa and Nigeria. The comparative analysis of the Nigerian and South African case study reveals that not just individual violations, but systemic governance failures across immigration, humanitarian aid, and law enforcement. When read alongside the literature, the case studies reinforce the critical insights that law and policies are insufficient. Survivors' lived realities show that without political will, adequate funding, institutional accountability, and active community engagement, even the most progressive frameworks risk becoming symbolic instead of transformative. So we asked ourselves 3 critical questions. Why? Another key theory that we found that needs to be implemented when dealing with gender-based violence is trauma-informed care. Trauma-informed care gives survivors, empowers rather survivors to be involved in their care and to be involved in the initiatives that are supposed to be helping them. So when you ask survivors, what do you need? Why do you need it? And also just embracing alternative methods to solving problems. Asking survivors, oh, okay, this method doesn't help you. How else can we help you? Considering your culture, religion, background, what is a more sensitive way? Why can't the plans in place, why does it go against your beliefs and your cultural values? I think walking alongside survivors is a key way to address cultural insensitivity.
Is there any other question?
Greetings. Mine is not a question, it's a recommendation. I think we can all agree that most of the ladies who are in abusive relationships, they don't want to leave, no matter how hard you try to advise them. I'm not saying all, but majority. It takes time for ladies to leave abusive relationships. So I think that, another solution that we should add to the problem is that we teach these ladies to love themselves enough that they leave after a guy hits her once. Because even the ones who get killed, most of them, it's not like the guy was hitting her for the first time. They hit them numerous times, and then when you advise them, they'll listen to you. The following day, she goes back to that guy. So I think we should also teach ladies to love themselves. Thank you.
Thanks for the comments. And I think that does form part of prevention and teaching people about the warning signs of abuse and the cycle of abuse, of the cycle of you have an incident, there's a blow up, and then there's a cool down, and then there's the honeymoon period, and teaching people about that cycle. And that also does form a part of trauma-informed care, of being empathetic to survivors and making sure that they know their rights and they know what's happening to them is wrong. And that also does require an investment into the first point of contact, where police officers and first responders are understanding of that cycle of abuse and what they need to do and how to walk a survivor through understanding a leaving and an exit strategy. So thank you.
Any further points of engagement before we move on to the next presenter?
Thank you for provoking our thoughts. You indeed provoked our thoughts. I just want to, even though maybe it's not for you only, it's for all of us. GBV, is it one-sided? Is it only women who are abused? Or we also have the males abused? So as you were researching and checking, because I know men are quiet people by nature, even if they are abused, they won't say it. We know the reasons. So when we talk of gender-based violence, is it one-sided? Are we the only ones, females, who are abused? Or we are also abusing the males, taking advantage that they won't be listened to? By the way, when we report our cases, most of the time are the males behind the counter. And we take an advantage that they won't go there, they will laugh at them. I just want us to strike for a balance, because I also have a heart for my sons. Where my sons are abused, they are afraid to report. Ladies are taking advantage that when we talk of gender-based violence, the most listened to are the females. From your research, is there any hint of that balance where when you were addressing your topic, was it only focusing on the females, or there was a balance? Thank you.
From our research, we did interview people at the grassroots, so people that interact with survivors on a daily basis. And there was a fuller picture of the survivors and of the victims and of perpetrators. One of the key things that were extracted from our interviews was that an interventionist said that society has abandoned boys, in that they've been encouraged to be more emotional and whatnot, but they don't have the frameworks and the understanding of what that means next. So there is a much more fuller picture, that it isn't just a female issue, and I think a thing our paper does argue is that it is a community issue. So it is affecting everyone, regardless of gender. So they said that men, when they report, they're often not taken seriously at police stations and are laughed out of the room. LGBTQI people also, when there's a same-sex relationship, regardless of male, female, it's the same thing. So it was a much fuller picture of who are the victims of gender-based violence and who are the perpetrators of gender-based violence. Yes. But it does obviously still skew to women, but there are still men that are victims of gender-based violence.
Okay, we'll take the last set of questions while we transition to the online presenter.
Thank you, Madam, for a wonderful presentation, well prepared and very thoughtful. However, learning from your presentation, it embraced a lot of things, the likes of gender-based violence, human trafficking, vis-a-vis human rights, equality, racial justice in Africa, of which it comes as a very complicated matter to address from a research perspective, learning from criminology and human rights and law, or the procedural laws. Firstly, learning from the comments from the previous speaker or speakers, while emphasizing the issue of gender identity when it comes to the issue of GBV. Looking at our South African perspective, we have to learn and at least look at our constitution, learning from the very same chapter 2, the Bill of Rights. You go to the issue of equality, addressing the gender identity and gender issues, and also, or as much as we are emphasizing or considering the other communities in our, or other communities, the likes of LGBT and the stuff. Then, while addressing the issue of gender identity, GBV, and we as a community still emphasizing that male offenders or men are the perceived perpetrators on or in this crime or in this regard. How are we as a community going to address those issues, considering equality that we are emphasizing? Not trying to cover up that men had been perceived as perpetrators or as violators when it comes to GBV due to gender identity, the issue of powers and inequalities that women were oppressed for a long time or learning from our history. However, as we move positively to address these issues, we must go back and try to consider the issue of equality. That's wherein we can understand. Also, maybe to mention a few, to sum up my comments, yes, you had been interviewing people, or you interviewed people. However, the issue of GBV, it is very much sensitive and it is hidden. In most cases, it takes place in a closed environment. And most of the people, those who come out and talk about these issues, they are not actually the perpetrators or victims. We learn from someone's perspective. I can give you some multitudes of references. Let me just reserve my comments at this point in consideration of time. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I heard a question. But yes, I think our paper does argue for a more communal outlook, one that understands that the gender-based violence is a threat to our communities, and it's in line with the Ubuntu framework, that it's a communal issue and not just a single gendered issue. But also in considering the gendered issue, we are asking, our paper does discuss a reconceptualization of Ubuntu that does consider gendered equality.
Okay, thank you. Can we appreciate the presenter? I'm going to request all the presenters who are lined up for the session, can you please come and sit in front? There's an empty slot here on this side, just so that we can process things much more easier. We're going to have our next speaker, which is going to present online. And the next speaker is Nazarov Murat, and the paper will focus on visual and metaphoric representation of Uzbek tourist destinations. As Dr. Khasago connects with them, can we just appreciate them in the meantime? Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, colleagues. It appears that our guest locked out, but we'll try to get hold of them so that we can continue. I think what we can do for now is to move on to the next presenter as we try to reconnect with them.
Following the speaker, it was supposed to be Mapanga, and just to confirm if they're not here, and in the absence, we're going to request a Ms. Chidi M, and who is mistakenly omitted from the program, but she was scheduled to present in this session. And her paper will focus on strategies to close the gender gap in management positions in one rural university. And let's please warmly welcome her on the stage as she proceeds to present.
Thank you very much, program directors. I am rising. I'm rising on the protocol that has already been established in the morning. And like they said, my name is Itumeleng Chidi, and I am going to be presenting a paper that is titled Strategies to Close the Gender Gap in Management Position at one South African Rural University. The advancement of women as academics and researchers has always somewhat been slow, despite the Employment Equity Act in place that seeks to promote the representation of women in South African higher education. The Higher Council of Higher Education reported that there are more female academics in institutions of higher education and learning than males. However, females continue to succeed to get into junior positions in higher education institutions, just like men. However, they leave these positions before attaining senior positions. This is according to Brown 2020. So this is due to obstacles that they face, such as gender stereotypes, the imbalance in work and family demands, as societal pressure to start families. Despite the advances made by females over the past 50 years, the percentage of females holding senior positions in higher education remains dismally slow. The representation of South African females in senior position ranks is mainly discouraging, as females are graduating from universities at a rate incomparable in history. Education remains a paramount value to the empowerment of women. Empowering women entails equipping them with knowledge, skills, and self-confidence, which is necessary for them to fully participate in development. Thus, education has potential for bringing about transformation and development, which is essential to redressing the imbalance between men and women, as well as in social groups. So this paper drew from the critical feminist theory, or rather critical feminism, as a lens for the study. The study used the bodyline thinking of one of the feminist theorists, Nancy Fraser. The theory was developed in 1960s during the civil rights movement. So this theory argues that the origin for women's oppression is in the lack of equal civil rights and equal opportunities, as well as in past tradition and learned psychology associated with sex role socialization process. This theory, according to Wollstonecraft, emphasizes equal individual rights and liberties for women. Critical feminists contest for the equal rationality of the sexes and emphasize the importance of structuring social, familial, and sexual roles in a way that promotes women's freedom to self-fulfillment. This theory was used to explain as well as challenge the extent on the existing knowledge within the limits of critical assumption. Critical feminism contends for equal opportunities for both men and women. So critical feminists believe is that men and women should be compared according to their similarities instead of their differences. By so doing, notions that tend to argue that women are weaker physically, intellectually, and emotionally than men can be debunked. So this theory was therefore used as a structure that holds and supports this theoretical paper, this research paper. The studies of Camp, Medicine, and El Sadai 2019 and 2020 revealed that there is a wide gap between males and females in terms of career progression. The studies revealed that many females are unable to reach at a higher management position. This is despite the increasing number of females entering professional occupations which traditionally dominated by men, and this has produced the growing interest in the body of females, in the study of female career success. Female employment institutions of higher learning was mainly limited to receptionists, admin clerks, personal assistants, and other jobs which were considered as traditionally female jobs. So that was the problem statement. Due to better academic qualifications, more and more females joined the professional careers and management posts in higher learning institutions. But however, it depends on their own willingness to confront and fight strong barriers and obstacles that stand in their way. In females' quest to reach management positions in higher institutions of learning, they are faced with many challenges. This was according to the findings of the Higher Education Quality Committee audit report, which noted that this university has done little to address various challenges that both staff and students face, and the female staff members are seriously underrepresented at senior management level. The research methodology. In this study, critical feminist theory is used in relation to feminist research methodology. This is because that this study aims to understand the experiences of women in management positions and the strategies the women put in place to close the gender imbalances in management positions. This research approach was drawn from critical feminist theory because this model seeks to address inequality, perceive reality, science, and research within a particular social and cultural context. Participants were given space to identify their own challenges and allowing them to have control over the way this research is practiced. In this way, the researcher played the role of the interviewer and facilitator during the in-depth interviews. Participants were allowed to identify their own challenges and identify ways in which this can be addressed. The respondents were given total autonomy to explain their perspectives on areas that needed their analysis and participation. So throughout the research, contributions to women emancipation is by giving them a platform to express their opinions on gender imbalances in management positions, the challenges they encounter, as well as the general experiences and contributions in various management roles they play at the university. This is because feminist research methodology is research by women for women. The research was conducted by a woman interviewing women in order to gain insight on their perspective on the phenomenon chosen. Furthermore, the aim of the study is to ensure that women's issues in institutions were documented in order to improve their experiences. So the population of the study were 14 women in management positions in higher education. This research was used purposive sampling to select the participants. This technique is usually taken on the basis that the researcher has knowledge of the population, its elements, as the nature of the research aim. So the aim was to seek and explore strategies to close the gender imbalances in the South African higher institution. In-depth interviews were defined as qualitative methods of analysis which proceeds as a confidential and secure conversation between the interviewer and the respondents. According to Silverman 2022, the method is appropriate if the researcher seeks to gain information in individual evaluations of that particular specific phenomenon. In this paper, in-depth interviews were used for the same reasons that were stated earlier. The research held face-to-face interviews with all the participants, and ethical considerations such as confidentiality, anonymity were adhered to. Participants were given and note-taking was also used. Tape recordings were stored safely to protect the participants from any harm. An interview schedule, of course, was developed, and the researcher put questions across to the respondents using questions that related to the study. We used thematic analysis for this particular study because it is applicable to the theoretical framework that the study employed. This method is applicable to the study as it captures the strategies women in the university put in place to address the gender imbalances in management positions. Through flexibility, thematic analysis allows for rich, detailed, and complex description of data. The researcher used thematic analysis that generated themes from participant responses and also documents after data transcription. Thematic analysis moved beyond counting explicit words or phrases and focused on identifying the describing both implicit and explicit ideas within data. That is the theme. I'll just move straight to the results and discussion due to time. The following section discusses the results. You know, women, the first theme was women agency and the willingness to change the status quo. Women at this university demonstrated the agency and willingness to change the culture of the male domination and at the institution. In my conversations with some of these women, they revealed to me that they have come up with a number of initiatives that will assist in changing the culture. One such is the creation of the University of Limpopo Women's Academic Solidarity Association, which is the association that seeks to promote women's excellence in academia, research, and leadership. I quote one of the participants who said, "We also have ULWASA at the University of Limpopo. It's a Women Academic Solidarity Association, which if struggles arose, there are people to talk to, and you know, like mentors will guide you through the experience." And participant 5 also stipulated that there is ULWASA that helps women a lot. They have meetings, help each other with research and empower one another. So this is one issue that shows that women were willing to come up to change the status quo of the institution. So the creation of this association assisted many women to be in management as various support systems are put in place to support these women. In the conversations I had with the women in management, almost all of them seemed to be members of this particular organization. So their responses revealed that as part of the organization, it ended a sense of isolation. They found motivation, solidarity, and support. So when it is, according to the women, ULWASA is one of those support associations that help women to complete their studies and encourages them to take management position. When this is achieved, then this will challenge the domination of men in management management positions. 4C 2015 suggests that variety of experiences, knowledge, perspectives, and ideas brought together by groups, women can provide greater capacity and to identify new strategies and solutions for the marginalized groups. All right, the writing retreat as another theme. Some of the participants revealed that the writing retreats organized by the organization contributed to the success of some of these women. Participant 11 observed that we do have women managers at writing retreats that encourage women to go and write and finish their studies and scholarly publication. I think ULWASA organizes these retreats. Participant 3 also says, we usually go away for 3 days just to go and focus on our papers so that we can publish. There we find many other women who are far and help each other. Women and co-publishing. From the interview responses, it emerged that women worked well together and encouraged one another to write together. Participant 10 had this to say, I teamed up with fellow women so that we could work together. I delegate responsibilities to them and encourage them to publish. While participant 11 said the positive factor is that I have full support of women in our department. We are one voice and we sometimes publish together. And the role of family support and other support systems as well. Participant 9 had this to say, I'm supported from family and I have a strong family support at the university. One other reason why I think it makes it easy for me to experience that vast challenge is to have a proper professional partner, and I'm having a male professional partner. So basically the above responses reveal that support women receive from each other as well as the support from their friends and families increases morale, motivation, and performance. This can contribute positively to the various management positions that they host. Women's contribution in research and scholarship. Some of the success stories is that one of the participants said, I'm a female lecturer who was the first one to join the department. When I joined the university, the staff in the department was male dominated. So when I got in, at least I neutralized the gender issues in the department. When I came the first HOD in the department, I learned that I was still the first black female staff member to become the HOD. I want to believe that it is a success story. in conclusion, contributions from in ensuring that they are head and occupy space in management position in these institutions have to be done. The exerted efforts correlate with suggestions from the critical theories who advocate for women taking charge in writing their stories and being represented in all spheres of life. The strategies women employed in this university to improve their academic portfolios, reproduction of research papers, and mentoring each other becomes essential models not only for this university but also for other universities. Furthermore, this model of writing retreats and mentoring of one another suggests policy formation around it that can impact positively on academic lives of women academics in management, and this can also give power in their societies too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to take at least just two questions, because we're a bit behind in terms of our time allocation. Any question, any input, feedback?
Thank you very much, Ma'am Chidi, for such a presentation. It's interesting and thought-provoking. There are just two things that I'd like to share with you. Maybe one is a question that was it not necessary maybe to interview males in leadership that one may assume that they are viewed as gatekeepers to get the thoughts behind them, that maybe what is it that is done from their side to empower women? Because if you are researching about females and only females are interviewed, you won't get the other side of those who might be the perpetrators. The second one is, the use of rural university, I believe it was to mask the name of the institution that you conducted your study on. But going on to use maybe the establishment of Ulwasa at UL, is that not unmasking the name of the institution where the research took place? Just look at that. Thank you.
Okay, can we take the last question to allow her to do a roundup?
Thanks. I'm mindful that you were leaning on a theory, a variety of feminism. But considering that even in the US, there have been first wave feminists, second wave feminists, third wave feminists. And at times, these groups of feminism, of course, no theory is static. It has to be refined and improved and whatever. But at times they disagree. What would you say to the group of feminists who sometimes feel that by keeping on saying we want to be a women organization, we want to do something for ourselves because we are women? There are feminists who believe that by doing that, you are actually saying that women and men are not the same. So it could somehow be counterproductive while you are trying to empower women. At the same time, you end up perpetrating the marginalization by not sometimes just mixing them up with men and looking at them as human beings and not male or female. I just wanted to understand how your findings could be counterbalanced with that kind of view, because no theory is uniform. It is a little rugged and it develops, and then sometimes some friction and so on. That's all.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much for the questions. I'll start with Dr. Nangobela's questions. Yeah, I think I masked the title because this is part of my PhD study. So they said in our titles, we must not show the name of the institution. So I think that's why I masked it. But it was a bit challenging because as you proceed, I'm doing a study on the University of Limpopo and also on Ulwasa. So I think I will further inquire in terms of how to, even if when you're doing this, the findings and the research, do we unmask or we only mask the title only? I think that is where the confusion lies. But I think it was a big challenge because as you proceed, you need to come out very clear in terms of the population of the study and so forth. So I don't know that is applicable only on the title, but as I proceeded with the study, I had to unmask because I had to be clear in terms of the population of the study. And in terms of why not interviewing males, this is a study that wanted to just explore the experiences of women that are in management positions. Hence, we did not think about including males. But I did write that under the limitations of the study in my limitations and recommendations. Unfortunately, due to time, I could not enter into the recommendations and limitations. So this can be a bit biased because only the voices of women are being represented here. So it is only a representation of the female voices and not the male voices. So I highlighted that as a limitation of the study as well. And Prof. Prof's Rafapa. I nearly said Rapaza. Sorry, my apologies for that, Prof. Rafapa. Yes, there are different movements of feminists as we proceed, and indeed it would be applicable or right to just refer them as humans. But gender, like we said, it is a social construct. So there is that female or males or non-binary. So I would agree with you that we would just say human beings, but for the purposes of this study, we had to just look at the female gender and not necessarily as both males and also females. So indeed, it would be better to just say human beings. I agree with that. But at some point, people identify themselves. So also we acknowledge the fact that people identify themselves as either female, male, or non-binary. Thank you very much.
Okay, just one last. There you go.
Thank you for that wonderful insight presentation. I noted in your presentation that women are known to be weak, and there's a famous proverb that says, so my question is, what measures can be taken to ensure that there is a gender balance?
Thank you very much for that. That's why we have your critical feminists who are against that women are not emotionally weak, women are not weak, women are not emotional. It is more like a myth and a stereotype, but women must be compared in terms of their capabilities and not necessarily their differences. It is just a myth. A lot of female feminists, such as the critical feminists, they are also against that women are not emotional, women are not weak. It is just a general myth and stereotype that is associated with women. So for me, I would say that let's look at the abilities and the capabilities of women without necessarily having, and competencies. We don't put a woman up there just because they are a woman, but they need to be compared, and in terms of their skills, competencies, and abilities. There are women who are also showing their boldness and authority and authenticity and so forth, even if they are females. And that has always has been proven in a lot of other women. So women, there's no research, it is not scientifically proven that women are weak. It is just how society has labeled them as weak. Hence, we have a lot of critical feminist theories that are also against that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Can we appreciate the presenter? Thank you. We're going to move on to CDB KM and thereafter CQL. Can Citibank KM please take the stage? Can we warmly welcome her? Thank you. Did you send the presentation?
Good afternoon, everybody. Good day. All protocol observed. I'm Kujo Sidibeng, a PhD candidate. This is my first time presenting the Sharks. Please be kind. So, okay, here's the title of the study: Mathematics Without Machines, Challenging AI Dependence Through Variation Theory in Teaching Partial Fractions. Here's the outline. We'll be talking about the introduction, problem statement, research methodology, abandoned findings, and discussions. And then in the introduction, it is clear that in this day and age, a lot of students in higher education are depending on AI to understand what they are trying to learn. Tools such as DeepSeek and ChatGPT have found to be more popular among the students because they help them to solve whatever they're trying to solve easier. And then this was supported by this author that I've mentioned here, Wadet and Govender 2023. These tools, they solve the assignments for them, but as for student teachers, I'll be moving on to the problem statement, because as the student teachers, because I am teaching student teachers who are gonna be teachers in the future. So then we realize that the AI practices may potentially hinder students' conceptual understanding of mathematics concepts. When we're talking about conceptual understanding, it is when a student is able to understand the concepts, the ideas that are taught in mathematics, and also the relationship between them. When a student has a conceptual understanding of a particular concept, they understand why they have to use it and how they should use it, not just to cram. So for student teachers, this trend may be detrimental to their future mathematics classroom, as over-reliance on AI may weaken their ability to teach for conceptual understanding, because they'll just focus on getting the answers right without really understanding what they're actually doing. And because they're gonna be teachers in the future, it will be a problem if they don't understand the concept conceptually themselves. As someone who did BSc, PGCE, and then went to school to teach, I noticed that I relied more on what I knew as a learner in high school in terms of content. So it means if they just rely too much on AI, this may impact their delivery of content in future. So this paper will explore how teaching can build student teachers' foundations in understanding mathematics concepts before enriching such understanding with AI tools. We are aware that we're in the era of fourth industrial revolution. We cannot shy away from this. But however, in this paper, I was looking at how can I build the foundation before they can move on to the AI tools. So using variation theory as a referent, tasks on partial fractions were used to illustrate that conceptual mastery can be realized through well-structured tasks without reliance on AI tools. In terms of research methodology, this data was extracted from my ongoing PhD study that involves about 200 first-year student teachers who are training to become intermediate phase teachers. And then the topic that I was collecting data with, it is partial fractions. Partial fractions mainly done in engineering and other science subjects, but at the university where I was teaching this, so they had to do it in class as well. So I found it as such a great experience to test that with it. And then a qualitative research approach was adopted, and video recordings were used to capture how students worked together and supported each other while solving the mathematical problems. And then I've designed the task that were guided or that had the principle of variation theory. Variation theory in a nutshell is just a theory whereby it is commonly used in mathematics, and then it helps or guide teachers to create tasks that are that are different in a way that when you are choosing the examples, you choose them in the way that it will build the understanding that you want. So it's either you keep certain concepts constant and vary others, or you vary certain concepts and differs others, so that students can see the pattern. For example, let's say I just want to teach learners about a simple, maybe fractions, for them to see like how we deal with fraction. Let's say maybe I just want to focus on what will happen if maybe I change the denominator and I keep the numerator the same. I can just give them firstly the examples of 1 divided by 2, 1 divided by 3, stuff like this, like so that they can see that the smaller the denominator, the bigger the fractions. So like you must be intentional as a teacher as you are creating these tasks, like so that they can assist students to discern the critical aspects of learning. And then the data was analyzed using content analysis as well as mathematics discourse in instruction as an analytical framework. So in terms of content analysis, I just, after having the raw data of the documents, learners' written work, lesson plan, and then I immerse myself in the data, and then after that I reduced the data and then interpreted the data. And then the data was interpreted deductively using the mathematics discourse in instruction as an analytical framework, because the mathematics discourse in instruction includes exemplification. What does exemplification means? It shows how, as a teacher, I pick the tasks as well as the examples. Will the tasks help the students attain what I want them to attain? And will they be varied correctly according to the theory of variation, so that I can help them discern the critical aspect of learning? And then I also look at my data through explanatory talk. I check if the students understand what I'm trying to explain to them. In terms of language, are they using the correct language, not just a colloquial language? And then as well as the learner participation, they all form part of the MDI as an mathematics discourse in instruction as an analytical. So that's how I've analyzed data. And then when we're talking about okay, sorry, let me proceed. And therefore, then now we're moving on to the tasks that I've used. I just chose some, and then not just everything. So this shows how this were like sort of some of my data collection tools, because I had to create this task. So when we are talking about partial fractions, we're talking about decomposing a complex fraction into simpler parts. But because now I was teaching, focusing mainly on variation theory and understanding the principle of variation theory, I knew that I need to sort of guide the students, scaffold them, and then make sure that my tasks move them right to where they're supposed to go. Started with the simpler part where they were just equating the coefficients, because as they are solving partial fractions somehow, they need this skill. So then I just gave them this type, and then like so that they could see the differences. And then as well as task 3, they were just moving from simpler to complexity, and then keeping other concepts variant, others invariant. When I talk about the critical aspect, let's say maybe like the critical aspect for students to discern them, it means I wanted them to notice something important about what I was teaching. Because the theory argues that if the students can see those critical aspects themselves, it becomes easier for them to understand the concept. So these are some of that. And then these are some of the responses from the student teachers. And then I just took a picture of one of the groups that we're discussing. So I don't know if it's clear, but here they were decomposing a complex fraction into simpler parts, and then I'll just go around probing them, asking them which the information is there, a lot of data is there which was transcribed, and then I was very happy to find out that they understood what they were doing. They were even able to write the steps, because I did tell them that they need to write what they are doing, does it make sense? And therefore, this is what they would do. They understood why they were doing something and then why they were doing it. And then, yeah, this is just one of the examples. I didn't attach a lot. And then, sorry. So, and then now we're moving on to the findings and the recommendations and the discussions. Sorry. Okay. Okay, just proceeding with the findings and the recommendations. The findings show that when students actively collaborate with one another, it is possible to independently demonstrate mathematical reasoning. And the student teachers were able to articulate and justify solutions as evidence that a robust understanding of partial fraction is achievable without assistance from AI. During lessons, I will often probe the students, as I mentioned earlier, and then they'll demonstrate how they actually acquired the conceptual understanding of solving partial fractions. Some of the concepts, they'll say them even before we reach there, like they could already see the pattern. So it shows that carefully selecting the task, it is important, and therefore, okay, proceeding, the mathematics tasks involved by variation are paramount in helping the student to discern the critical aspect of the object of learning. In this case, our object of learning was partial fractions. What is the objective of learning in terms of variation theory? It is what you want your students to attain in that lesson. So this one was based on partial fractions. And therefore, the task created based on variation provide opportunities for students to learn mathematics and gain conceptual understanding without the use of AI. Because I was able to give them more complex questions, they were able to do them without even now having to go and use AI. So it means now when they go to use AI, then now at least they've got that foundational understanding. And then it is recommended that first-year students should be taught mathematics conventionally to build foundation in understanding mathematics before introducing AI tools to enrich their learning. As student teachers, having conceptual understanding of mathematical concepts will assist in providing their future learners quality mathematics lessons, and this will build their content knowledge as student teachers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have about 5 minutes or so to engage with the presenter. Please, questions, thoughts, inputs. Can you do so by raise of hands?
Thanks very much. I think the presentation was excellent. I don't have a question as such really, but I'm interested on the fact that you did not depend on AI. I too don't want to depend totally on AI. And you used relevant terms, and I was impressed that if it were an examination, you would score high marks. Now, to a lay person who didn't study education at all, I'm a teacher. I think I know what some of these terms mean. Scaffolding, what does it mean? Is it about building a house? What are we referring to? Thank you.
Thank you, bro.
Okay, you want me to explain the scaffolding? All right, scaffolding is supporting students or learners to get them where you want them to be. I want to teach this thing which is very much complex, but I'll start with a simpler one while pushing them to where I want them to be so that they can understand what I was saying. Thank you I'll be aware of that.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful presentation. In your presentation, you indicated that you had a sample of about 200 student teachers. And when you sampled your extracts for analysis, somewhere you said you just chose. I just want to get it clear what strategy guided the choice of a particular learner's extract or student's extract. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Because as I said, it was my first time, but either way, even if I had put a lot, it would have been the whole 200. So I was looking at what I wanted for the purpose of the study. That's what we call in qualitative, what you call grain size. So if I notice that a lot of students are doing what I want them to do, like I'll just pick like one of that data because it made sense to what I wanted. So because it's an ongoing PhD study, I think the whole document, in the whole thesis, there will be a case whereby I'm showing where others were struggling with this, others were struggling with that one. So I just realized that, okay, here I've reached my saturation in terms of this. If some of what I want to see, then I choose based on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. We're going to move on to our next presenter, Sikwe Al, and the presentation will focus on youth storytelling and the future of drama curricula in South African theatre education. Thank you. Can we warmly welcome her?
There we go. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Leah Sieku, and I am from the language department. And the title of my topic today is The Black Female Adolescent and Her Post-Apartheid Storytelling Journey in Urban and Rural South Africa. So on the program, it is Youth Storytelling and the Future of Drama Curricula in South African Theatre Education, but I wanted to focus on the keywords that I mentioned in the presentation. So the problem I've identified, I am, other than an academic, I am a playwright, a theatre maker, and a former high school teacher. And what I have learned is that there is the difference between the IEB program and the DBE program. So I'm focusing on the DBE program and the problems that it might have, but also understanding that those problems can't change anytime soon because of the reality of public high schools in South Africa. So Just to give you a background, department-based education gives the high schools the texts that they must study. CAPS works to intervene with DBE in how the drama curricula should be taught. So teachers are advised that learners must be taught 3 text plays throughout the year. So first term, second term, and third term, they will learn a text. Each term they learn a text. And those texts are here by Black South African women. So I am focusing on how Black South African women are studied in the drama curricula. And unfortunately, these are the texts that are studied from 1959 to 2003. Nothing is contemporary, meaning recent, whereas when you look at the IEB curricula, they have more recent work, more contemporary work, also from all sorts of places, whether it's American, European, or South African. It's all very recent, while also studying, because the apartheid is still necessary to study, so they do include apartheid text while balancing it with contemporary text. Whereas the DBE, it's more focused on apartheid, early post-apartheid texts. So other than learning texts outside of school, some public schools, if they have time, they also allow their learners to go through house plays, Eisteddfods, and all of these programs are for learners to practice their own craft outside of learning the theory. So it is an opportunity for them to participate culturally and artistically, and also to invite other learners who cannot take or don't want to take the subject full-time throughout grade 8 or throughout grade 10 to 12. So this is an opportunity for all learners to have experience in practicing their talent. And then obviously there's also exams where they are able to choose their own text. So other than being prescribed a text, they can choose their own text and also create their own texts for house plays, competitions that I've highlighted over here. Now, because I was comparing urban high school and rural school in the rural area, I found out that this school that I visited specifically in the Eastern Cape, they don't have the opportunities that the school in the urban area have, which is in Johannesburg. So they can't do the Eisteddfods for different reasons, either because of financing, limited resources, learners not being able to stay after school because of transport, and also because after COVID, things had changed in the curriculum and the program for extracurricular activities. So the purpose of my study was to look at how Black adolescent girls, both all youth, but for this presentation specifically, I'm focusing on Black adolescent girls and how they interpret post-apartheid issues right now, how they see it, what is their perspective from the ages of 16 to 18, both from urban and rural areas. So I only chose one school for each area. I am looking at the feminist theory, and I will say just now which specific feminist theory I'm looking at. But the reason why I'm using the feminist theory is because there's some scholars, like the scholar over here, Mohanty, who has discussed that women are not homogenous. So because we are feminists, we are often seen as if we are discussing the same type of issues in the feminist theory. But there are rural issues that women are going through, urban issues, there are Black issues, gender and sexuality issues within the feminist theory. We are not all the same. And there is the bourgeois genre or category, and also the low-income category, working class category. So we're not homogenous. We have different sub-themes within us. And so Another scholar, dear Leonardo, also says that silence doesn't mean that we are women, we are all silenced. Even as women, when we're different from one another, between our races, there's one who is silenced, one who has more power over the other. Even within one race, within black women, there are also those who have power over the other. So just because we are black women doesn't mean we experience post-apartheid era the same way. It doesn't mean we have the same perspective and the same experience. And so I am looking at intersectionality. That is to separate the themes within feminist theory, the issues within feminist theory, the experiences that we have. And I look at Kimberly Crenshaw, Shirley Ann Tate, Bell Hooks, and Patricia Hill Collins. Shirley Ann Tate specifically looks at how black bodies are described through text. And that was what I'm looking at. How do black girls describe their experiences through text? As I mentioned earlier, I went to Johannesburg and Eastern Cape because how I identified my population was that I spoke to teachers who I thought would be interested. Most were not interested because my idea was to have at least more than one school in each area, but I only had 2 schools that were interested, and that's because they are thinking, they're cognizant of their reality in the school, that learners might not be interested, they might not have time, whether it's because of their situation, but they were cognizant that we don't have time for this workshop. And the design method that I used, so the schools that I went to were one in Johannesburg and one in Currydale, Eastern Cape. The school in Currydale is a bilingual school, so they teach in Afrikaans, but the learners can also speak English, but they learn in Afrikaans. When I was going through the playwriting workshop with them, which is the method that I used, instead of a normal focus group interview method, I used the playwriting workshop method. And so if they couldn't speak in English, they did express themselves in Afrikaans. They also wrote the text in Afrikaans. Design methods, it was constructivist, low explicitness, inductive, holistic, descriptive, and explorative. The sampling, like I said, is drama learners from grade 10 to 12, ages 16 to 18. They can be 16 to 20 sometimes. The data analysis, I use Tesh's method to transcribe and code. And what I transcribed was, yes, our conversations within the interview process, but also, or the playwriting workshop process, but also what my focus was on was what they wrote, the result of what they wrote, how they expressed their story and their themes in what they were writing. And I coded that, which I will show in a second. And like I mentioned earlier, I gave a playwriting workshop for each school for over 3 days. I used video recording, audio, and notebooks. In the notebooks, I use the notebooks to describe the physical setting, how it looks. So like, for instance, the toilets, how the toilets are, how they're being kept in both schools, comparing both schools, and the conversations that the learners have with one another, how they're having with the teachers. So in one school, the learners were late. One of the learners was late because he was having a smoke break. So things like that show what type of learners we have, the type of background that they have. As an experienced former teacher, I can tell you with both IEB, private and public schools, I can tell you that it is not normal for a child to say, I am having a smoke break. That shows part of their cultural, not their cultural background, their social background, their social context. not just theirs, but of some of the learners in the school. So I did speak to the teachers when I was giving them a semi-structured interview. And one of the questions I asked them was, what type of backgrounds do they come from? And they did explain that a few of them are from well-off, like middle class, like not struggling families, but most of them are from township areas within their context. And so with the playwriting workshop that I gave them, I took them through a journey, which is called the hero's journey or the main character's journey. And I used some of the techniques from these scholars, these playwrighs over here, Stephen Jeffries, Aristotle, who's a philosopher that you might have heard of, the Greek philosopher, and Christopher Vogler. The first thing that I did with them was I wanted them to identify who their character is. So over here you can see one example here of a learner. You can read while I'm speaking. And I said to them, identify who is your character. That means even their name. A name tells us their background, as in their cultural background, the language that they may speak, what drives them, what stands in the way, and what is the implied ending. So it is very important for them to know that, what do I want? What does the character want? Because if we know what the character wants, we empathize with what they want. So as the audience, as the reader, we want them to have what they want. But then what stands in their way causes what is called fear and pity, which I will show in a second. Can I go? Were we still reading the premise statement, this premise statement over here? Can I go to the next one? And the first thing, before I go to the fear and pity and all of that, the second thing that I said to them was for them to, if we know what the character wants, what is their internal conflict? What are they struggling within themselves? Because then this shows their fear, their desires, their flaws. Then we understand them more. So learners were able to do that. They also look at the conflicts that they have with certain characters. So some of them were able to identify that their main character has conflict with their mother or with their peers within the school environment or the school context. Socio-political conflict is what is affecting them, what is standing in their way, that they're not able to get what they want. So is that the poverty? Is that where they live? So one learner said they have this dream, but because of where they are, when he dies, the dream dies with him. And he dies because he's living in a gangster area. And another learner, who was a female learner, said that this teenager struggles with substance abuse and what their surroundings, because of their social context, because everyone around them drinks, and as a teenager, they cannot let go. Say they want to let go of this addiction, of this substance, and they want to be a normal child, but because of their surroundings, they're not able to do that. So that is the socio-political conflict. So this is another learner that, because of time, I'll just go quickly. And so I took them also through the poetics, Aristotle's poetics, to find out what is their flaws, how do we fear and pity. So for instance, if we take an example from The Lion King, when Simba's father dies, when Mufasa dies, we go through that journey with him, that emotional journey with him. We have the fear and the pity for him, that he's going to grow up without a father figure, without a mentorship figure. And so as the audience, we are going through the emotions with him. That's what we want. So learners were able to do this, and I'll show in a second through the findings. And then as they go through their journey, we need to know at the end, who are they at the end? Who have they become at the end? So in the findings, the themes and sub-themes that I found were in one school, because I'm still busy with it, they had to postpone one day, so I'm only seeing them for the last time next week. For the final result of the rural school. But then in the urban area, this is the findings that I found, that there's mental health, the theme of mental health, socioeconomic stress, and gender. And the sub-themes depression and loneliness, sexual violence, parental neglect, and within the gender, female identity, gendered expectations, social pressure, socioeconomic stress. The sub-themes were poverty, inequality, and survival. So in theme 1, for example, there's a story of a girl who grows up in the township area, and she is raped, and her brother, the people that raped her were her brother's friends, who he has to hustle with. So there are different stories. There's also a story with one girl having an issue with her mother. She wants to be a musician, and she thinks that if she can have the freedom of becoming a musician, she'll be able to be free of her mother's emotional abuse. One learner also said that her character is not from the township area. Her character is from a well-off family, middle class, but this character struggles with self-harm. This character struggles with mental health issues. So I do not have time to go through all of the themes and sub-themes, but the relevance of these topics, how they are relevant is that they show the post-apartheid era in different ways. So not just racism, they're not even looking at racism, they're looking at what is happening in the home, how they are affected, their mental health, education, looking at poverty and survival, how they are surviving that at home. And so they even describe that with stage directions. They would describe the set, how they would imagine the set to be. They imagine this world to be. And out of all the sub-themes, what I discovered are these sustainable development goals, which is no poverty, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, reduced inequalities, peace, justice, and strong institutions are these SDGs that came out of these imagined stories by these Black adolescent girls. So I do not have recommendations, but I would love to hear if you have any recommendations. The reason why I don't have recommendations is because teachers also feel like they do not have time to include programs like this, because they would be helpful for learners, not just through drama therapy, through whether it's with themselves, with their parents, for parents to know what's happening in their lives. It would be good programs for different issues, of different ways to deal with how the learners are experiencing their social context that is affecting them in negative ways. So if you have any recommendations, I welcome them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Already I see hands. I'm going to request that we keep our questions straight to the point, short, okay, in the interest of time. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. My name is Tabang from the Department of Cultural and Political Studies. So you mentioned that in the DBE curriculum, the focus is more on the apartheid, and just a tiny bit of post-apartheid. And, like that in the IEB, it's more like on the post-apartheid narratives. So I actually want to know what the difference is, between the two. And yeah, just basically for you to, lay it out. And basically this is just a preface to, like what I think, maybe the motivation. So there's an article, 2015 article by Chana Tija, on both sides of the story, history, education, and post-apartheid South Africa, that basically, like that narrative that, we need to tell both sides of the story of overcoming. So basically what distinguishes post-apartheid writing from, like that, narrative form, and why is the DBE more focused on the, like that narrative? Because I've seen, nothing but the truth, which is what I also did in high school. So what are the other, what's on the other side? Because I think you didn't give us the examples like of the IEB curriculum. What authors are they, focusing on? What texts? And what are the, elements, that we can basically say this is what distinguishes, apartheid and, from the, post-apartheid? Sure.
Hello, okay. So what is nice about the IEB is that they have a balance of both. So with they call it the can't remember now, but it's but basically apartheid, more apartheid-focused texts. So something like Sophiatown is something that they're still studying at the moment. Trying to remember Sophiatown, the island is another one, Waza Albert. So those all focus on apartheid. They focus on the issues which are still relevant because learners still need to know this. Even with DBE, they have you seen Zandile? Have you seen Zandile as something that is still relevant now? It's about the black girl who's raised by the grandmother, but also the black girl who's taught to think about marriage at a very young age, to think about money at a very young age, whereas the difference would be the male child doesn't have to stress about marriage. They can think freely and dream freely as how they can. So that's still relevant. But the DBE is more heavy laden on, like I showed with the apartheid issues. Then IB then has what they call the post-2000. So the post-2000 is texts that are South African. I'm trying to remember now. I can't remember the post-2000, but Tsepang is a post-2000, where Tsepang is a very good example of post-2000 because it's about what happens after apartheid. That apartheid was over, but then areas like the township areas are still affected by apartheid, by the result of apartheid. So that is, some people, lack of education, gender-based violence, which happens everywhere, but mostly focused on that. It's still relevant because we're still dealing with those issues even now. And then the or contemporary, they call it the contemporary theater, is now, there's one called, I can't remember the name now, but it's about gender and sexuality. So those are issues that we weren't discussing in the early 2000s, that we weren't discussing in the apartheid era because we were focusing on apartheid. So now we can focus on homosexuality, queer issues. That's more contemporary. Feminist issues, that's more contemporary texts for South African texts. But because they also look at, there's one about climate change as well. Because they look at, when they take a text that they want to study for the school, they look at the relevance of it, the success of it, how successful was it in the showcasing of it, whether it's in festivals or theaters. So it's difficult for a playwright like me to have my text studied because I write about feminist issues. So it would be difficult for them to put it in because it's not really showcased in many places. Does that answer your question? I think partially. Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doc, for a very informative presentation. I could not say anything post your presentation, particularly when you spoke about the hero journey. Consciously or unconsciously, you used a very complicated projective psychological test. And I should applaud you for that because, by the way, my name is Ompo from Department of Psychology.
Thank you.
Yeah, so when you spoke about the hero journey, you spoke about the projections that you use to get unspoken language or a spoken feeling from your participants, which I must really commend you for that. Now, my question is, from your own findings, you seemed to have opened a a can of worms, if I may, for your participants, particularly when you said, one said, I wish to be a model so that I can move away from the abuse of my mom. And that is a very bold statement amongst the others that, in your themes that emerged together with your sub-themes from your technique. Now, my question is, was there at any point where your participant have shown any emotional discomfort? And if there is, what is it that you have done? Because it sounds like post your research, there was just an opening and no containment after that of what your participant might have went through. Thanks.
Thank you so much for this question, because even as a theater maker, I struggle with this. I would love to speak to you after this, but I struggle with this because there is the issue of exposing audiences and exposing learners to trauma, issues of trauma, and them not having a place to place that trauma. So, or even re-traumatizing them and not having a place to traumatize them. For me, when I spoke to them, I said, I write from, when I started with them, I said, I write from both observation, what I'm seeing, what I experience, what I hear. So you don't have to write what you experience. You can write what you see. It's mostly about how do we describe our characters using words like empathy. How do we empathize with them? What do they want? So if they are writing from a personal experience, which I think I'm trying to make, because there's one learner who lives in a home. There's actually more than one. There were two that live in a home. There was one girl, it was a white girl. She was talking about her mother passing away. And afterwards, she asked me for my number so that she can stay in contact with me. I think what this does, it does create they have a safe space in the drama classroom. The drama classroom is that space where they unleash all of those emotions, and it becomes their safe space. So if they see me and I'm able to speak to them in the languages that they use, they feel safe with me. So after having shared those things, they feel like a bond with me. So they feel like a safe space with me. So the most I could do was to keep that bond. Because I am aware as a former teacher that they need that bond, as long as it's not disrespected, obviously, but there isn't a place for them, especially in... because one school said they do have counseling, but most public schools, what I've learned, they don't have the counseling for them. So there wasn't that situation for them afterwards. But I would love to hear from you what advice you would have if I were to extend a program like this into not just 3 days, maybe 5 days, and in those other 2 days, incorporate that counseling area. Not just from me, but someone who's a professional.
Thank you. A round of applause for her. Okay, we're running a bit late. We have 2 more presentations. And right now I'm going to call Malachi CM, supervised by Dr. Juniper. Malachi is going to present emerging technologies and audience fragmentation, the influence of music streaming platforms on Capricorn FM's listenership in the digital age. Malachi, please come through. Project.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is California Malachi, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity to present. So today I'll be presenting the abstract for my research titled Emerging Technologies and Audience Fragmentation, the Influence of Music Streaming Platforms on Capricorn FM's listenership in the digital age. So in my presentation, I will discuss the impact of music streaming on traditional radio stations like Capricorn FM. So moving on to the background. So, oh God, I'm scared. So as I've mentioned, traditional radio stations like Capricorn FM are facing some challenges due to digital streaming. To understand this problem, let's take a look at the background of this issue. Digital streaming is continuing to grow more popular, which is changing how people consume media. And this is a problem for traditional radio stations, even those with loyal listeners like Capricorn FM. They might be losing some of the listeners to digital streaming, which could cause audience to fragment. And moving on to the research problem. Our research has identified two problems that we need to address. First, we need to understand how music streaming platforms are affecting the size of Capricorn FM audience and their listening habits. We don't fully know the impact of digital disruption on traditional radio stations like Capricorn FM in the South African region. And moving on to our methodology. So, moving on to our research objective. So after we found out that Capricorn FM has two problems, people not listening to traditional radio as much as they used to, and also us not knowing how the digital streaming is affecting the Capricorn FM, our goal is to find out how much music streaming is influencing Capricorn FM's audience. And this will help us see how people's listening habit is changing, and also how digital streaming is changing the traditional radio stations like the Capricorn FM. And moving on to our methodology. So to achieve our objective, we will use a combination of methods. And firstly, we will conduct a literature review to find out what other researchers have found out about the effect of digital disruption and on traditional radio stations. And secondly, we will also conduct the audience survey to gather information on how people are changing the way they listen to music. And lastly, we will also we will interview Capricorn FM media practitioners to get their insight on how they are changing their operations in order to adapt to digital streaming. And moving on to the anticipated fundings on Capricorn FM's audience fragmentation. So, music streaming platforms are causing significant fragmentation in Capricorn FM's audience, meaning that people are choosing to listen to digital streaming more instead of traditional radio stations. And again, young people in particular are more likely to choose music streaming platforms because they prefer personalized and on-demand content. And lastly, different group of listeners, like different age group or people with different preferences, are using different platforms to listen to music. Anticipated fundings on Capricorn FM strength. So even with the fragmentation, Capricorn FM still have some things that keep people listening to it. Firstly, it produces content which is specific to the community and the region. This means that people are getting content that is made just for them. And again, it is making programs that focus on what community wants and need. This means that people are getting content that is important to them. And lastly, Capricorn FM is doing live interactive broadcast. And moving on to our adaptation strategies. So we expect Capricorn FM to make some changes in order to keep up with digital streaming. So firstly, they can start using apps or websites to reach more people. And again, they can, or they could use social media or podcast to interact with more listeners. And lastly, they can change how they operate to match what digital listeners want. And with these changes, they could, these changes, they could help Capricorn FM to stay relevant and on our contributions and significance. So our research on Capricorn FM, it will give us new information about the effect of digital disruption in the regional South African radio. So we expect to find the empirical insight how digital disruption is affecting listeners and radio stations in the region. And secondly, theoretical advancement, how traditional and digital media are affecting each other and how listeners are changing. So in summary, Capricorn FM is facing challenges because of digital streaming. We will be researching how digital streaming is affecting stations, listenership, and engagement. Our findings will give us new information about how digital streaming is affecting regional radio. We will also hope to learn how traditional and digital media are influencing each other. So our goal is to help Capricorn FM stay relevant in the digital age. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can now take at least 2 questions. Short and sweet.
Yeah, thanks for that. Mine is just a comment. I mean, don't you think perhaps the BCCSA issues with Capricorn, I mean, just in terms of their licensing, already disadvantages them, you know, I mean, with, you know, other online platforms, you know, as to what can be said and how can it be expressed, right? So I'm just thinking about the conversation that we were having just a few weeks ago, you know, about the Open Chats podcast and their views about the colored community and basically how that is able to, you know, generate conversation that, of course, the conversation would begin in the online platform, but of course it will have the reverberating effect that, you know, even those, you know, traditional media platforms, you know, have to now discuss it because, of course, now it is something that is trending. And of course, I mean, in the, you know, traditional media, there's this thing now of looking at what's trending on social media to some extent that, you know, like they can't, I mean, what is it with BCCSA that hinders them from reaching, you know, broader, you know, larger audiences and, you know, the restrictions on what can be said and, you know, what cannot be said?
Thank you so much for that question. I'm not sure if I'll answer it exactly how you want, but then I think Capricorn FM is, oh, that is a tough question. Oh, I don't know how to answer it, sorry.
No, the supervisor is here to assist, don't worry.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much, but probably it's not a question. I do not have any question, but I have a comment. Let me just start by saying that that's a very, very wonderful presentation. But firstly, I was just trying to listen very attentively when you were presenting. The most important things, I'm so impressed because what you're researching at the moment, it's something which is very important. If you check how other radio stations are struggling because of this digital streaming. You presenting this while SABC, it's now struggling with listenership. And the reason being the same one, the digital streaming, which is eating right on the part of the SABC. But when I check your presentation, going to the methodology, I think that you need to add a flash a bit. There's a lot of things which, of course, are lacking right in your methodology. Also, the issue of the data analysis. You didn't give us more on how you're going to analyze that data, because all those things, they give us a real picture on how your research has been done. So when you do that and polish that, it will be fine. Finally, I would love to see this presentation being published in a very high impact journal.
Thank you so much.
I think we don't have any other comment or question. We can now move to the last presentation. Do we? Oh, okay. Can I see Racheku by a hand? Do we have? Okay.
Your presentation was on the effect of music streaming apps on Capricorn FM. And then, I don't know if there are contradictions, so I'm just the one who's confused. Please correct me. You said that they must create apps to reach more people. But then
Could you please speak aloud? I can
okay,
hear you.
I'm sorry. Oh, your presentation was on how digital music streaming apps are affecting the listeners, Capricorn FM's listeners. But then, and then you went on, the first thing is that you said that they must create apps to reach people, meaning that that will help. But we already have radio FMs in our phones. We also, DSTV has radio stations, and through the app in your phone, you can access that. Okay, here's the contradiction. You said that they must create programs where people can interact. But then people just want music. Initially, you stated that maybe the reason why people choose digital music streaming apps is that you can choose to play whatever song you want. So I don't understand where the part where you are talking about interacting. Please fix that on.
So, okay, what I meant was that the traditional radio stations, they focus on the content that they produce. It's specifically for the community. So with digital streaming, usually they don't focus on that. So meaning that Capricorn FM, it becomes unique due to what they do for the community. So I don't know if I answered you.
No, thank you very much. Let's appreciate the presenter. This is an ongoing study. I think all your comments will be used to improve the study. So thank you so much for your contributions. We are going to have our last presentation. The presentation from Racheku, MW, Palani, and Hesselink.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I'm the one who's standing between you and lunch, but let's hold on for some time. I have something wonderful to talk about. I go by Racheku Wilson. The study I'm presenting is titled The Modus Operandi for the Commission of House Robberies During Load Shedding Period in Mankweng Policing Area, Limpopo Province, South Africa. Someone might be asking what the modus operandi means. It just simply means the method of committing house robberies. This study was supervised by Dr. Palani and co-supervised by Prof. A.E. Hesselink. The study is going to follow the following outline, which consists of the introduction and background, the research problem, the research methodology. I'm going to touch on the findings, recommendation, as well as conclusions. South Africa has been facing ongoing energy crisis since the year 2007, which have resulted in severe load shedding schedule. And the load shedding thus presented an opportunity for criminality in South Africa, which led to us being identified as the most dangerous country in Africa and top 5 globally according to Crime Index. So one of the crimes which contributed to us being number 1 in Africa as well as top 5 globally is house robberies. Between 2022 till 2025 currently, the number of reported cases of house robberies has amounted to 112,062. This was further supported by the Victim of Crime Survey 2023-2024, which said there were 238,000 incidents of house robberies, which represent 209 households. During my voluntary term in Mankweng SAPS as a CPF member, I've noted concerns about house robberies in Mankweng, and most of community members explain that this crime has negative impact in their life. It results in harm, financial losses, and commit fear in the society. In Mankweng, where the study was focusing, there were a total of 23,383 cases of robberies, which were reported. And one of the contributing factors to this total number of house robberies is the insufficient street lights around Mankweng areas. And also load shedding contributes a lot to this crime. This study aims to evaluate the modus operandi for the commission of house robberies during Mankweng policing areas. The study also aligns to the Sustainability Development Goals 16 aim and also the National Development Plan Vision 2030, which talks about peace, justice, and also creating safer communities or safer environment for all. The methodology which I followed used qualitative phenomenological design, whereby I was focusing on the perceptions, the in-depth perceptions of community members. The study area which was selected was influenced by my observation during my my CPS voluntary term, which was Mankweng, Mamutintani, Zone 1, Ramotolo, and also Ramakanya. I selected 15 participants randomly. This was influenced by the fact that we know in Mankweng there are too many student residents, so community members are often relocating to other areas. So it was going to be difficult for me to get variety of access to other community members. For data collections, I used face-to-face interviews, whereby I got an in-depth of their perceptions. And in terms of adhering to ethical consideration, I went to Musata, Ramamabulo, to ask for permission to conduct the study, because you can't just go to the community and interview community members without the approval of the head office. And for data analysis, I used thematic content analysis, whereby I identify themes, I familiarize myself with the data from the participants. The study used routine. It was guided by routine activity theory, which says that for crime to occur, there needs to be 3 elements which needs to be present, which is a motivated offender, a capable guardian, and an absence of a capable guardian, a motivated offender, and a suitable target. One of the key findings was load shedding creates an opportunity for crime to occur, and also that during load shedding, offenders conduct surveillances around the area to identify the vulnerable houses. And participants also stated that load shedding creates an easy access and escape route for offenders when they are committing the crime. And another interesting findings is that during load shedding period, they ban compact disc and muti to make people to fall asleep so that they can steal. And another one which you should be more concerned about is this one of tip-off from domestic workers. Be careful of who you are hiring at home to work for you, because one of the participants said that domestic workers give tip-off for what is in the premises. And mostly during load shedding, that's where they come and commit the house robberies. And one of the tools which were identified, which are used, were hammers, screwbars, and bolt cutters to cut the bucklers and also to gain access. And one of the common knives, which are weapons which are used, are knives and guns to make the victims to submit. House robbers also focus on houses lacking sufficient security, like there are no cameras. It's just like the fence is just poor. They also target homes which are where there are elderly people. Only you find your grandmother and your grandfather are staying there and you are away. And then how the theory support my findings. For the absence of capable guardian, I feel like the lack of security serves that purpose. And then for motivated offenders, the offenders are given tip-off by domestic workers that there's money, there are diamonds, or there's laptops in this house. And suitable target, like I said, is the elderly people who they know that when they attack, they cannot do anything. For recommendation, I'd recommend that there's improvements of community and police relationship. We know that the community members lack trust in police. So if that relationship is restored, people are able to report, and community members know who these perpetrators are, and they're able to expose them. Another one from the municipality is installation of solar street lights. We know in Mankweng, Mamutinta, and Ramotolo, there's insufficient street lights. So if we have more street lights, even during load shedding, the lights will be on, there won't be crime. Improved security measures, it's just people to hire security companies to install more security in their household. And strategic community partnership is like having to combine as institutions, University of Limpopo, municipality and other, to find strategies where that they can fight this crime during during load shedding periods. Conclusion, this study demonstrates how house robberies during load shedding period in Mankweng takes place, as well as the terrible effects they have on community members. On the last one, when I prepared this slide, it was still Women's Month, but we can't stop celebrating women. So I would say you can still tell the women next to you that Happy Women's Month as we continue to fight against GBV. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Now we can take at least 2 questions or comments. Then after that we have lunch. Okay.
A good research again. A good research. Good presentation. There's only one thing I want you to focus on. I want you to detach yourself from the research as an individual. You are a researcher. So I need you to detach yourself from the research itself. I was listening to your problem statements. you emphasize the issue of your experience while you were still working at the SAPS. So when you put your experience right there in your research, it really becomes biased. It was no surprise when I listened to your findings to realize that your findings are very attached to your experience, and which is wrong in the research. Because the more you emphasize your own experience, you put that into research. So by the way, you're ignoring all the ethics of the research. Just revisit that. Detach yourself from the research itself. Because we need the findings which are not biased. When you research because you don't know anything. You want to know. But the more you put your experience, it's like now you have already found out the results before the results itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to disagree with that. You know, I don't think as a researcher you can detach yourself from what you're researching. That's an old way of doing things. This presupposition that we have, objective, that you can be objective, that you can step out of who you are and actually look at the thing objectively. I don't think that's really a progressive way. And you did explain that you are using a phenomenological, approach, which means that, experience counts. And your experience as a CPF person, of course, helps you determine what's the problem here and here. So I would really encourage you to ignore this previous comment.
Okay, thank
you. Last comment.
2 questions.
Yeah, thank you, Dladla. I think the one thing that you'll need to look into is a design called autoethnography, which is what you can use to say from your own perspective, because it's allowed for you to do that, as Dladla said. So I think maybe on your methodology, you can also put that design to support why your own experiences in your study. Thanks.
Thank you very much. A round of applause again for the presenter.
Thank you for the recommendations. I'll take that into consideration.
Thank you so much. We have announcements before.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Colleagues, as you know that every house has got its own rules. For this house, I'm going to lay out the rules as we go towards lunch. We have got our guests, and the research professor, the dean. Those are the people that are first going to leave that door. So the rest of us
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. My name is Eddie Muntle, and I will be chairing this session with my colleague, Ms. Mpumele Lotele. We have a main presentation this afternoon, and it's going to be made by an advocate for multilingualism and indigenous language development, and that is Dr. N.I. Ngubane. She is a leading advocate for multilingualism at the University of Free State. She envisions the university's Academy of Multilingualism as a center for advancing indigenous languages nationally and globally, whilst also promoting English proficiency, and she is committed to social justice, where she champions students' right to learn in a language that they are most comfortable with. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. N.I. Ngubane. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Program Director. I would like to join all the protocols that have been established early this morning by Professor Mohutu, Professor Madaje, and Professor Muhuboya. I hope that I'm pronouncing all your names correctly. Apologies if I'm not, colleagues. I greet you. I greet you, Prof, and all the colleagues here this afternoon. I really appreciate the organizing committee of the UL Spring Lecture 2025 for accepting my abstract, which is why I'm here today. If they did not, I wouldn't be here today. So I hope that my presentation will be interesting so that in the future, they will also accept my abstract. My name is Nomalungelo Ngubane. I come from the University of the Free State. I'm located in the UFS Academy for Multilingualism. Our responsibility there is to oversee the implementation of the language policy at the University of the Free State across the faculties, the centers, the social spaces of the university, to monitor it, to evaluate it, and to report to the Council of the University whether we need to revise the language policy, whether we need to amend it, or whether we should keep it as it is for the next 5 years of the implementation. So I say that we oversee because in the Academy for Multilingualism, we are a support unit. We are not an academic unit. So we are not actually implementing, but we rely on the colleagues in the faculties and the centers, such as the Center for Teaching and Learning and other centers at the university to implement our initiatives that we bring to them. Colleagues, I will start my presentation by just reflecting on the importance of multilingualism. I believe that when every language has a seat at a table, no student stands at the door. When all students' languages are valued, no students feel excluded, alienated, or left behind because of their linguistic identity. With that being said, this is just a quick map of my presentation. It's not a long presentation. I'm just sharing our experiences at the University of the Free State in terms of implementing the language policy. I'll be reflecting on what initiatives are on board right now. I'll also be sharing the successes this far, as well as the challenges that we are experimenting. My point of departure will be to look at constitution and multilingualism. I'm not going to read everything because I know that each and every person here in this room today, they are aware of our Constitution and the mandate of the Constitution, as well as what does the Constitution advocate as far as multilingualism, as far as African languages, as far as what should be done by government and universities to uphold these principles of the Constitution. For example, I look at Section 6, which declares all the 12 languages as equal in South Africa. And then when we reflect on that, 30 years or so after this Constitution, we ask ourselves, to what extent are all the languages really equal? And where exactly are they operating as equal languages? Is it spaces of higher education? How far have we come as universities to make sure that the use of the languages of our universities and the languages that our students bring to the university, they speak to the treatment of such languages as equal? I also bring your attention to Section 9 of the Constitution, which talks about prohibition of unfair discrimination and exclusion based on languages, where we find that our students are being marginalized and excluded in our university, and their crime is to bring the language that is different from the language of the university. What are we doing about that? Because 20 years or 30 years down the line, the next generation will ask us, each and everyone in this room, what was your role? What did you do? Okay, and before I move forward, I promise that this is not a very long presentation because it's a reflection, actually. Section 29, it grants the right for every learner or student to receive education in the languages of their choice, and then it says where that is feasible. Then the question is, who's going to make that one? Who's going to make that every student in South Africa can actually receive education in the languages that they prefer? Is it the government, or is this the responsibility of each and everyone here in this room? Are we going to fold our arms and wait for the government? Who is the government? That is another question to ask. What are we expecting from the government? What is our role and what are our responsibilities to ensure that social justice is done in the spaces of teaching and learning in our universities? I'll briefly talk about the UFS road to multilingualism. In one of the papers that I've written last year, I'm providing the evolution of languages at the University of the Free State, looking at where we were 50 years ago and how far we have come as the University of the Free State, and what has been the journey or the road been like. So I joined the university in 2022 to direct the Academy for Multilingualism. So I've never been there for a long time. I was not born in 1950, so I cannot actually talk much about that. But the history of the university, it started when the University of the Free State was a monolingual Afrikaans university in terms of the language policy, in terms of the population, both the student and academics. Now, at the dawn of democracy in 1994, things started to change at the University of the Free State. They started to recognize the Constitution and the mandate of multilingualism and the mandate of the development of African languages and their use. I think that gave pressure to the University of the Free State to start to revise their monolingual Afrikaans language policy. And then the Fees Must Fall student uprising in 2015, it also brought another pressure at the university because students at the University of the Free State, they were also part of that student uprising, especially the African students. So it brought ideas to the university on the issues of access, equity, inclusivity, curriculum transformation, as well as a marginalization of African languages. Then I think that at that point, they did not have a choice but to transform. But we called the 2016 language policy as a multilingual 10 for the University of the Free State. Because in the language policy, other than the previous ones, where there were citations of African languages, Sesotho and isiZulu, but there was nothing done about it. They were there on paper. But in 2016, they wanted now to recognize the role of African languages for access to epistemological, epistemology and an inclusion and all those. Social justice was also in the language policy 2016. So we felt that now the university is trying very, very hard to actually speak the language of transformation. But the problem with the 2016 language policy is that it was not implemented. It remained very beautiful on paper, very transformative on paper, but there were minimum strides that were taken by the university to actually implement the 2016. Even though it was beautiful, we really appreciate the strides that were made by the university, but there was limited implementation of the language policy until I joined the university in 2022 to revise the 2016 language policy and make sure that what is beautiful on paper is also beautiful on experiences of our students in the classrooms as well. So when I joined the university in 2022, my first task was to revise the 2016 language policy and also to make sure that it is accompanied by the language policy implementation plan. So the Council of the University was not going to approve the 2023 language policy without the implementation plan that says that how are you going to implement these policies? How are you going to implement these beautiful principles of the policy? What are the activities that accompanies these objectives of the language policy? What is the timeline? And what will be the output of each and every activity that is in the language policy implementation plan? Then it was approved in November 2023 for implementation in 2024, but we call it Language Policy 2023 because it was approved in November 2023. When you look at the language policy, you can just Google our language policy in the website. It comes in 4 languages. I always say that we're the only university in South Africa which has a language policy translated into 4 languages. It comes in English, it's available in Sesotho, it's available in isiZulu, it's also available in Sesotho, so in Afrikaans as well. So, so that our people at the University of the Free State, when they do not understand the language policy in English, they can just browse through and find the language policy in their language. When you look at what we're committing ourselves now, the promotion of multilingualism is the first principle of the 2023 language policy. And we also think that multilingualism is very, very important for equitable access to knowledge and academic success for all our students. It is also important for the promotion of scholarship of research, inclusivity, and social cohesion, and for a stronger sense of belonging for whoever walks to the University of the Free State, whether they want to study there or they want to work there, but we want our language policy to make them feel at home. And then we articulated, what is very, very important, we articulated the university language policies, the languages of the policy. There is Sesotho, which is our regional language at the Free State and the language of our majority of our staff and students at the University of the Free State. We also have South African Sign Language. We have isiZulu, given our campus in Qwaqwa, which the majority of students there, they come from isiZulu language background. We still have the majority of our, the students that come from Afrikaans background. What I've noticed there, when I joined the university in 2022, and we think about Afrikaans, I realized that things have changed in South Africa. Afrikaans does not have skin color at all. You might think that if you think about Afrikaans, a white person will walk, but it does not work like that. In the Free State, we have the majority of our Afrikaans home language students that look like me, but it is their home language. So we do not look at the color, but we look at the presence of those students and in the body of the university, whether as staff as well as students. We also have English as a medium of instruction. De facto states us that there's nothing that we can do about it right now. But we keep on fighting that the supremacy of English in very, very few years to come will definitely be not as powerful as it is right now. To move forward, colleagues, I'm just going to reflect on multilingual processes at the University of the Free State. We then adopted 4 key drivers of the language policy implementation that will drive all the activities and initiatives in different spaces of the university. The priority was the development and intellectualization of Sesotho as the university language. Why Sesotho is important? Because I spoke about Afrikaans a little bit earlier on, and the question that I always get from the speakers of Afrikaans and the wider population for that matter, they always ask, why, if you're pushing for Sesotho, Noma, and isiZulu as languages of medium in the near future, do you think that Afrikaans was really not supposed to be brought down? It was supposed to be kept as a medium of instruction at the University of the Free State. My question, I said, there's nothing wrong with Afrikaans being medium of instruction. That's what we want for our languages, in fact, that in few years to come, Sesotho becomes the language of instruction at the University of the Free State. The problem is the social justice. We cannot have one language as a language of medium of instruction while other African languages remains marginalized. Then we're saying, let us develop our languages, uplift them so that they become medium of instruction. Then all languages will join in the table of being medium of instruction. Other than that, we are also looking forward to have Afrikaans as the medium of instruction in the near future when Sesotho has been developed. I will quickly move forward. So our priority is the development and intellectualization of Sesotho, isiZulu and South African language, and promotion of Afrikaans as academic languages. So this one is very, very important. It is a priority for us. Remember I said that the majority of our students, especially in the Bloemfontein campus as well as in the South campus, they bring Sesotho as a home language. So the position of Sesotho in the academic spaces is very, very important. It's a matter of urgency for our students who continue to fail because they are taught in a language that they don't understand. So our priority is the development of Afrikaans. We have done a lot of work in the past 2 years. Like I said, it's the urgency. And what I like about the University of the Free State, not because it is my university, but they've invested a lot of money to show that they mean business this time around. So we have developed Sesotho terminologies for different disciplines so that when students are taught in English, but they have these multilingual resources available for them to understand where English medium becomes the better to support their learning. So we have done accounting, Sesotho terminology, psychology, law, mathematics, agriculture, physics, health sciences, political science, research, and social work. And then I know that when I said that we have 3 languages, previously marginalized languages at the University of the Free State, which is Sesotho, isiZulu, and South African Sign Language. What are we doing about that? Why are we focusing on the one section of students? What about the other students that are also at the University of the Free State? My task when I joined the University of the Free State in 2022 was to establish relationships, establish collaborations with our sister universities, because they've done a lot of work, especially the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Back when they started in 2002 to develop isiZulu, they've done a lot of work. They've done maybe 40-something disciplines in isiZulu. So the MOU that we signed back in 2022 is actually making sure that the University of KwaZulu-Natal is sharing their isiZulu terminology so that our isiZulu home language students are catered for, when our Sesotho students are catered for. Then the question is about, what about Afrikaans? Afrikaans is an established language. It's an advanced language. It was a language of medium of instruction for many, many, many years. So we are not going to worry about, because all these terminologies and terms are already available. Our mandate is to make sure that those first-year students from Afrikaans home language background, when they sit in the classroom, we just simply translate the terms into Afrikaans. We don't develop from scratch. So we are not wasting any money or focusing any money on the development of Afrikaans. It's already there. And we work with colleagues from the Department of Afrikaans, our discipline expert within the university, to actually make sure that those resources are available for our African students. We're also doing a South African Sign Language terminology development for various disciplines. We have started with psychology. We felt that there's a need to standardize this term that our students they use in their disciplines. For example, we appoint interpreters from the community due to shortage of sign language interpreters for higher education context. We find ourselves employing interpreters from the communities, from the churches. They are not trained to come and interpret at a university context. So they do signs in different ways. The same sign, but in different ways. So we had to standardize this. We started with psychology, because we realized that we have, out of the 10 deaf students that we have at the University of the Free State, 5 of them are actually doing psychology, then, which means that there is a crisis that our students are going through. Maybe to go through quickly now, a translation of PhD abstract. We also do publication and launching of academic books written in African languages. This is to show you, colleagues, I love visuals. I was a teacher in my previous life. When we do the terminologies, we don't just do them and then we send them to the classroom. We take them through Pensulp, which is our watchdog, actually, in higher education. They make sure that the standard and the quality of these multilingual resources are very up to scratch, let me say that. So they go through them, they standardize them, they verify them, they authenticate them, and then they bring them back to the University of the Free State. So what we do, we then hand over the certificate that we get from Pensulp to the colleagues in whatever disciplines, as you see in that picture. Those are the colleagues from the School of Accountancy, our first terminology that was approved by Pensulp. So students in the School of Accountancy, they are, as I speak now, using those multilingual resources. It does not mean for our colleagues, you see that if you look at them, they do not speak our African languages, but it's very, very important for them to make sure that the students in front of them, they receive support in the languages that they understand. And we're hoping that with research that is continuous, we'll definitely get the findings, whether it doesn't make any difference in the academic performance of the student, given maybe 3 or 4 years of the implementation of these multilingual resources. That's a picture of a book that we published last year. It's an academic book in the sense that it reports on research conducted by various colleagues across different universities. They are presenting their research in their languages, in their home languages, let me say that, in African languages. That book has 11 papers written in Shivenda, written in Sapedi, written in isiZulu, and there's also Sesotho there. And it was one of biggest, let me say that, work that we have produced at the university, because this narrative that our languages are not intellectual was actually not doing for us. I applaud the colleagues. Some of the colleagues are from the University of Limpopo that contributed to that book. I'm not sure, I did not get their ethical clearance to name them, but there is Professor Sebola in front of me who contributed a beautiful chapter written in Shivenda. It's an amazing work. Thank you very much. If you look at I'm not sure whether you can see or you cannot see the editors of the book. It is myself, and there is also my colleague there, Professor Barrington Dombela, who's been so much supportive to all the initiatives that we do at the University of the Free State. Thank you very much, Prof. So when you speak about language activist, you have one here at the University of Limpopo. You don't have to go very, very far. You just have to speak to Prof. Sebola, speak to Prof. Ndombela. And also there is another young colleague who just submitted a paper now to the current volume that we are going to publish for 2026. I don't see the face, and I did not ask for ethical clearance to name him, so I will move forward. Quickly, colleagues, implementation of multilingualism in academic spaces. We had to roll over compulsory multilingual conversational modules in Sesotho, isiZulu Afrikaans, and South African Sign Language. When students come at first year level, they make a choice because we do not want them to graduate without one of those conversational modules. If we're to produce multilingual students, they are to work in multilingual spaces and embrace other languages other than the one that they bring to the university. They have to go through that. So it is compulsory. It carries 8 credits or 16 credits depending on the load per faculty. We also have non-compulsory. You cannot force academics to take conversational modules. It's not compulsory for them, but we are receiving a lot of participation from our colleagues that are enrolling in those conversational modules. We also have translanguaging tutorials that are conducted through the faculties. We approach faculties to pick up a high-risk module, and then we make sure that students, when they go to the tutorials now, after the 2-hour English lecture, they did not understand a thing. But when they move to the translanguaging tutorials, they're able to actually breathe in their languages, ask questions in their languages, engage with the content, asking questions, debating issues in whatever languages that they feel comfortable. And then the training of academics on translanguaging pedagogical practices, we started this project back in 2022. So this is just the photos that I asked from the participants. I got an ethical clearance for that. You'll see that we did not start very, very big, but we are actually getting there. It does not matter how small you start. The impact is the important thing, and the students' experiences are very, very, very important. So we invite the scholars like Leketi Makalela, Professor Leketi Makalela, to come and facilitate translanguaging. He's a translanguaging guru in South Africa. So to come and facilitate for staff these translanguaging pedagogical practices so that they hear from the horse's mouth and then they can engage with him at that level. Promotion of multilingualism for social cohesion and a sense of belonging. I did say that we take it very, very important that University of the Free State is a home for students from diverse linguistic backgrounds. And I'm also talking about international students as well that come and enroll at the University of the Free State. How do you make them feel at home, bringing in whatever languages that they value, their identity, to the University of the Free State? So we run a number of initiatives and activities. For example, it's International Mother Tongue or Mother Language Day that we run every year. Multilingual Mokete Festival, student and staff, they come together to celebrate their languages, their heritages, their identities in a form of a variety of activities, music, poetry, everything that you can think. It becomes a very bright colored annual festival at the University of the Free State. We also have Language Awareness Week, Deaf Awareness Week in September. There's one that is coming very, very soon. We also have multilingual spelling bee. This one is a new initiative. Our students are actually driving that. And I really like when it comes from the student and they know what works for them and they know what actually how to celebrate their languages out of the formal academic spaces. So there's a spelling bee in different languages. This year we had students from Shivenda home language, Sepeti, isiZulu, Sesotho, you name them, all of them participating in the spelling bee. Then we invite adjudicators, our academics from different universities, to come and adjudicate for these activities. The last one is Sesotho isiZulu and African short story competition that we run for our staff and students. They write short stories and we publish them. By the time our students graduate at the University of the Free State, they are authors. And they get prizes for that. All right, I'm not marketing the University of the Free State, I'm just talking, colleagues. So these are the visual of these celebrations that you see. Up there at the center, we call it Multilingual Festival. This is International Mother Tongue Day. Some of our staff winning after writing amazing short stories, and these are students participating in the spelling bees, multilingual spelling bees. Promotion of research, scholarship on multilingualism, translanguaging. I think colleagues are still leading at the University of the Free State. This year we are running our second international conference on language, multilingualism and decolonization 2025. It brings together scholars from different universities as well as international academics, as well as students, yes. To come and engage in these critical issues on languages and multilingualism, issues of access, success, and so on, and decolonization as well. So we're hoping that, I've already seen some abstracts from the University of Limpopo. Thank you so much, colleagues, for supporting us. I hope that after this, we're still going to receive some abstract. Professor Ntombela, Professor Sebola, they all have the information of the conference. You can also come to me so that I can share with you the abstract. But we're looking forward to host you in November 25th to the 27th at Bloemfontein campus. Maybe to quickly go through, we also have sponsoring participation of emerging scholars in annual writing retreats, promoting research publications on the scholarship of languages, multilingualism, and translanguaging. We've been doing this successfully for 3 years, giving opportunities to our emerging scholars to publish their research, their experiences of teaching multilingual students, their experiences of being monolinguals, but teaching multilinguals. How does it feel like? So academics from different faculties, they join this writing retreat. For the third time now, very successfully, Professor Ntombela has been running this writing retreat for us. And colleagues are publishing. Thank you very much, Professor Ntombela, for supporting that activity at the University of the Free State. And we publish in DHET accredited journals. We also have special issues on multilingualism and translanguaging. There's one that is currently going on with educational research for social change at NMU. We have invited 20 papers about to be accepted after peer review, providing opportunities for our colleagues that were previously marginalized by these same journals in South Africa. So we make sure that they get an opportunity to publish. There's another one also by Salals that it's already done. The publication is in January, but papers are currently being published as we move along the year. We invite scholars. I think that Professor Mahutu this morning, she said that you don't have to know everything. It is impossible for us to know everything. I don't know everything. We stand on the shoulders of the giants in the field of multilingualism, translanguaging, and languages. We invite them to come and capacitate our staff, to come and become keynote speakers in our conferences so that they can shape and shake the University of the Free State. As you see, we have Professor Mbulungeni Madiba from Stellenbosch. He was our keynote speaker in our first international conference. We have Professor Leketi Makalela, who was a keynote speaker in our translanguaging symposium in 2024. He's already continuously running workshops on translanguaging at a staff level. We have Professor Ntombela, who comes and capacitates our multilingual postgraduate students on how do they navigate their spaces of being multilinguals, but having to publish their thesis in English. So he provides those strategies for our students, and it's been working. We're receiving amazing feedback from students. So quickly now to reflect on the successes. I can say that it was a good start, let me say that. Most students feel supported academically. I could not bring their voices here because it was going to be a very long presentation. But we are already collecting data from our students. We're collecting data from our staff, academic staff, and from our staff at large at the University of the Free State. One of the things they say that the visibility of African language, they're increasingly present in academic and institutional spaces. Students feel that their languages are being present in the academic spaces. We're receiving feedback on students as well. They value the shift toward inclusivity, and they report great confidence in learning through the languages that they feel comfortable. So what are the reflections on challenges? Obviously, the issue of resources, the issue of staffing. Sometimes we overworked ourselves because we are just not a big academy for multilingualism. We just have very, very few people are there having to implement. They had to source money from somewhere if they were really serious about it. Language attitude is also a known story, both from the own languages being academic resources, but yet they still fail. Academic language, but still you fail when you learn in a foreign language, is the attitude of the students. Another big question is the sustainability of all of these initiatives moving forward. It's also one of the challenges. How are we going to sustain it? When the money dries out, how are we going to move forward and continue to build the legacy at the university? Conclusion is in the form of questions, colleague. How do we sustain the momentum at the University of the Free State? It's my own self-reflection. I'm not asking you, colleagues. How do we scale up successes across the faculties is also our continuous University of the Free State. How do we embed African languages as true languages of scholarship beyond the tokenism that is out there at the universities? This is my departing thought. Inclusion and success is not in what we say every day. It is what we do every day to open doors of knowledge for our students. For this, multilingualism is no longer an option, or a choice. It is our choice. It is our responsibility. Ngiyabonga. Our responsibility. Ngiyabonga.
Days. But over time, localized English variants emerged. Today we have the South African English, we have the Nigerian English, as well as the Kenyan English and the rest. And this was shaped by indigenous cultures and identities. So my question, to what extent can English be considered an African language, given its colonial origin as well as widespread use in the contemporary day? You know, it is one of the South African official languages. You've made an allusion to this, and you've listed about 11 of them, with sign language as the 12th one. So, and English is one of the official languages of South Africa. So, to what extent can it be considered an African language? And my bosses are here, Professor Moroboya. I don't know if tomorrow after her remark, is English also going to be under the African languages discipline? Will African languages and English now be one? Because there is that debate that is ongoing at the moment. Thanks, colleagues. Can I recognize your hands? All right, Prof, you're noted, ma'am, and you, Dr. Tlowan, and you too, ma'am. Okay, in that order, Prof, can you go first? Prof Rafapa.
Thanks so much, Dr. Ngubane. Commendable work. However, I'm sure you would agree that much as we should value the treatment of our languages as equal, we also should restrain ourselves against over-enthusiasm. Would you agree that English, having the advantage of being a lingua franca, would for quite a while still remain a working language? Of course, we know the differentiations between working language, official language, lingua franca. In other words, are we still so distant from one day writing minutes of Senate meetings in several languages? English is the working language. The minutes will be in English. When we look at abstracts, proposals for masters and PhD, the proposals have to be in English. Will this take too long? Is it too much of a burden? Can we accelerate it at a greater pace while at the same time minding the fact that we shouldn't create a Tower of Babel where we start having a proposal in 9 languages and not all of us can speak the language? We need booths to evaluate so before we can decide on a proposal. I'm just asking, how far distant are we from one day? Can we ever discard the role of a working language? So I'm just trying to say, is it either multilingualism and you throw away a working language, or they can coexist harmoniously, as is the case now? Thanks.
Yes, ma'am, there.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Doc, I know I said I won't ask anything, but I'm triggered because I feel like you're advertising UFS so much. Well, I'm right now scrutinizing your language policy. My first question is, when you were reviewing it, what is that most important part that which you feel the previous version lacked, that which you believe is pushing the whole agenda into implementing it successfully? And then the other question is, why is the UFS language policy shying away from the time frames? Are you afraid to bind yourself? Because the only part where in years are concerned is at the bottom of the language policy itself to say it was published which year. The second question is not the second, but it's questions because it's a lot. Pensalp, is it the only board that which you are working with? Are there any other language boards? Maybe UL can pick from that. International funding. What's the catch for international organizations, if not institutions, that which they will get after? Because you said you lack, if maybe, according to the policy on its own, it's also seeking for international fundings. Is there anything that international institutions are to grab? Because in the policy itself, I see that you have a language course that UFS is providing. Besides the language course, what is it for me as an African student to take with home if I am to use the international languages that which the UFS is offering? Besides that, I see it's more of a culture interrelations, because eventually we have the students coming from international side of it. And also, just to answer you with that one, coming from my findings in the study, as far as attitude is concerned. I believe, and I also concur with one of the findings in my research, that students will remain to have an attitude towards our African languages, reason being, they believe, and I also believe, that our African languages, for example, my Sepedi, is not yet fully developed for academic purposes. That's why, at the end of the day, I will concur with the question of English remaining the lingua franca. As far as is concerned, it's a lot. Let me just cut it here. The rest will, yeah. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you for those questions. Can I allow Doc to respond to the 3 questions that have already been posed? Colleagues, I have noted the other hands, and can I just request that you keep your questions brief due to time that is not on our side. Doc, can you please respond?
Thank you very much. Let me start by responding to Professor Rapova's question. Because you are professor, then I will come to your question. So, Prof, the question is, will I agree that English it will remain a lingua franca moving forward, especially in South Africa? My question is say yes. All of us are speaking English as I speak now. You did not ask a question in Sepedi. You asked it in English because you are recognizing the role of English, right? I don't think that we are to get rid of English for now, but we are making those efforts to not, we don't want to remove English, actually, but we want to make sure that it does not hold power over our languages. The supremacy of English is the problem, not the English language itself. So if you look at the language policy, we call them working languages, Prof. Yes, at the University of the Free State, we call them working languages because they operate at different, in different spaces. For example, administration, issues of our degrees and certificate, it's English. So that where English is. A medium of instruction, that's where English is, and at other different spaces as well. But we also have the role of African languages, especially in the departments where those African languages are taught as programs. So they are being taught in those African languages. So they are working or operational languages in those spaces. And we articulated that clearly in our language policies, that all these different languages will operate at different, in different ways, at different levels. So we do have working languages at the University of the Free State. And then I will come to your question, Sam. The banner, I think that you are referring to the banner that was behind the staff. The banner actually showcases all 12 official languages of South Africa. I think that the cameraman just zoomed into English. If you look at it clearly, it's a banner with all the languages. It's not that we are just showcasing English. It's just that maybe it came like that, but it's our banner in the Academy for Multilingualism. So I think that to what extent can you say that can English be considered as an African language? I think that given the history of our country, and as I said now, we are speaking English, but we're Africans in Africa. So I think that definitely we have embraced English as our language in Africa, as Africans. It's even in our constitution, can you remember? It's even in our constitution. How can we now remove it as our language? Like I said, it's not about the language itself, it's about the power of the languages and marginalization of other languages in the process of that. And I will then go to the colleague over there. You asked a lot of questions, but I'll try and... What was the pressing agenda when we revised Language Policy 2023? And remember that I said that in my introduction, Language 2016 was the key. For us, it was a multilingual turn. It was a very good language policy. The implementation was the problem. So with the Language 2023, the focus was on the implementation of the language policy, right? If you compare the two, when you go to our website, we'll see that they actually speak the same language, except that this 2023 one is informed by the language policy framework of 2020, which was not there in 2016. So it's underpinned by that as well. And you also talking about the timelines, whether the fear of commitment. We have a language policy implementation plan, but it's not in the website, but it drives, like I said, every implementation, every corner that we turn. So the university, like I said, the council did not approve the language without the language policy implementation plan with a timeline, with the activities, and with the output. I'm not sure if you type UFS language policy implementation plan, whether it will appear in the website, but it's there. It's available on request if it's not there. The other question was, is it only the PENSAP that is standardizing and verifying this terminology? If you go to the Constitution, it gives PENSAP for now and PENSAP only as the body that will do that for our African languages. Unfortunately, it is a central institution. All the 26 universities, when they want to standardize their terminologies, they go to PENSAP. And when you look at PENSAP, it's not everybody in PENSAP that is an expert in that. They rely mostly on national language bodies that are based in Pretoria. Those people, they overwork themselves because now the momentum is for all the universities to develop African languages. I once said that to PENSAP, to challenge them to give institution an autonomy, because I know that every university has a PENSAP office. That PENSAP office should be doing that work for that particular institution, other than all of us taking these terminologies to that central office in Pretoria. I think that they're still considering that, but I challenged PENSAP to give autonomy for the institutions to actually do that. And also another thing that I also proposed to PENSAP was that while we're waiting for 2 years or 3 years for the psychology terminology to come back, why can't we utilize them and learn from the processes? Student feedback, is it working for them while we polish it, and then after that, we can verify that. Let me quickly go to the international languages that are available at the University of the Free State. Yes, we have French, we have Portuguese, we have Dutch that is available for those students who want to learn 1 or 2 of the languages, international languages. It's available as short learning programs as well, for students to take those short learning programs. I think that I've answered all of the questions. We'll talk later if I've missed 1 or 2 of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you so much indeed. Dr. Mashiane, you heard it explicitly that English falls within African languages. All right, colleagues, I'm just going to take the last set of hands, starting with you, Dr. Tlowane, and the other 2 hands that I saw. That will be the last round. Ms. Tele, can you give the mic to Dr. Tlowane?
Thank you so much, Dr. Ngubane, for sharing the immaculate work that you're doing at UFS. I just wanted to get your thoughts on this. You have mentioned that as part of the intellectualization of the languages, right, you've got terminology development of selected modules, and you have tutors who are translanguaging and assisting the students in overseeing this use of the terminology. So I just want to find out what might be the way forward. Do you see it feasible that in terms of long-term goals, this terminology development, it would be, maybe the part would be now growing it into other modules, or it could be that these specific modules that are already selected could now move towards assessment, right? Maybe now saying you're introducing assessment question papers available in these African languages. My question is based on the fact that usually we are saying our policies are good in oracy, but they are very silent in writing. Do you see us move into the direction of writing if we are indeed intellectualizing these languages? Thank you.
Thank you. There was another hand here. Yeah, that side.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Doc. I just wanted to understand that given that English still remains the primary medium in many academic and professional contexts, in what ways does the policy ensure linguistic equity without compromising academic excellence or disadvantaging students who may want to further their studies, after getting their degrees, maybe to abroad universities and maybe applying to abroad professional spaces? Thank you.
All right, thanks. I think the last hand this side. I saw a last hand that side. Oh, yeah.
Dr. Ngubane, thank you so much, ma'am. In designing or in trying to put together a language policy, are we considerate of the impetus towards a unified Africa? What are we saying about languages that would unite Africa? I see you've got foreign languages. I'm not sure what informs the inclusion of those foreign languages, and whether the policy is watertight that a language can buy themselves into the program, like Mandarin nowadays. Universities just wake up the following day to say now, because we received money from China, we are forced to teach Mandarin. Language policy, what is it saying about those issues? Thank you.
Doc, you can respond.
Okay, that's a difficult one. But thank you for the question. Unified Africa, and what does our language policy say about that? And what informs the choice of the language policies in our language policy? I mean, the university languages in our language policy. And the languages that I mentioned earlier on that are available for our students if they want to take the short learning program in these other international languages. The question will be, why not Kiswahili? Why Dutch? Why Portuguese? And I think that it talked to what a young person said that over there just before you, asking how do we strive for linguistic equality or equity without compromising their degrees. When I come back to your question, I said it's a difficult one, right? Because I don't have a straightforward answer to that. But I just dream of a future in South Africa where we don't have language policies that binds the universities to particular languages. We don't have language policies. We just have universities without any boundaries, without anything. But it's a dream, of course, because like I said, that for now, the DHET and the government is actually saying that we are all going to fund you, University of the Free State, only when you develop Sesotho, not any other language, not Kiswahili. You can have Kiswahili, but we are not going to fund the students who actually want to choose Kiswahili as a conversational module. Right? So it's one of those political issues. I'm not sure if I'm right to say that, but maybe in the future, the question is very, very important, and I'm taking it home with me to think more about it. I might not have the correct answer with you. So the choice of the Dutch and all those international languages that are available in the Department of Afrikaans, maybe you are going to underline that in the Department of Afrikaans. So it says a lot why those languages, right? But in the Department of African Languages, we still have Sesotho, we still have isiZulu, as well as and as African languages that are offered there. It talks about the history of the university, where we come from as the university, who makes choices as the university, and all those are political issues. I hope that, maybe when we meet, I'll have a straight answer to your question, but thank you for making me think about that. Linguistic equity without compromising the quality of the degrees. I don't think that if you take Sepedi as a conversational module, it actually affects the quality of your degree. It actually confirms that we are a Mempedi, that we are a multilingual. We become who we are first before we travel overseas. We can travel overseas without speaking our languages. We're leaving behind our identity. So I believe that it does not compromise. Actually, it enhances a student as multilinguals that are ready to embrace other languages as they move across to other countries where they want to work as professionals or anything. It actually says that I am a South African, right? Before I become an international person. So I think that it enhances your identity first, before you become an international professional or anything that you want to do beyond your graduation. I think that when you look at your certificate, it says that you studied at the University of Limpopo. You can converse at a basic level within your context before you can come to other countries and learn their languages. We are very confident in our own African languages. I think that it actually enhances, it does not affect any quality of your degree at all. I'm not sure if I answered you correctly. And then the first question was, intellectualization of African languages, the terminologies. Do we see a multilingual assessment in the future? The question is yes, a big yes. I really advocate for this. If you Google one of my recent papers published in 2025, I talk about multilingual assessments in higher education and the future of that. What can we do? What is missing that we cannot go there? So I think that these terminologies, actually, they can be used as resources for assessments. Yes, it's going to be a big fight. You know that, it's going to be a big fight. But we can do it. It can start in small pocket. For example, if you are doing a formative assessment, not what we call a summative, a big exam. When they are doing the summative assessment, how do they use these resources to assist them in answering those questions? How can you translate a summative assessment questions in different languages? And what is the impact of that for the academic achievement of our student? If it does, and we can then convince the university that we are ready, we can start with one program or one module and actually escalate to all the modules at the university. It will take a lifetime project, but imagine it for our students. Imagine it for our student. How will that have impact on their academic performance? When they sit there in those exam questions, they don't understand the question in English. If there's a translation of the question, now I'm turning to Prof here. If they understand those questions in their various languages, how will that support them in answering those exam questions? Because now we're marking these supplementary examinations big time, right? What is the key issue? Are they not smart enough? They are. The issue is the question. They did not understand it. We need to think about that. And I'm happy that there are leaders of the university while you asked that question. Thank you very much. I hope that I answered your question.
Thank you once more, Dr. Ngubane. Your work really deserves a standing ovation. Colleagues, can you please help me appreciate her one last time with a round of applause as she descends the stage. Thank you, Doc. You may descend the stage. Another one, please. That is not convincing. Yes, better. That's better. That's better. All right, colleagues, we were supposed to have a live band performance and a tea break. but because of time, we have shifted this to the end of the program. So after all the presentations have been made, then we will have that tea break. When you're done, when you go out, tea will be ready for you. For now, I'm going to request that we take 5 minutes to go to our breakaway venues. The venues have not changed. As it was announced this morning, venue 1 is still that side, and venue 2 is on the other side. So right now, please go to your breakaway session rooms. And thank you so much for coming to listen to the main paper that was presented. Please enjoy the rest of the presentations. Thank you so much. All protocols duly observed, but however, I would like once more to greet my Dean of Faculty, Prof. Mautu, my directors, Prof. Muguboya, Prof. Maruma, and Prof. Sitole. And all of you feel welcome at this session. I'll be sharing the session with Prof. Ntombela. My name is Olinda Ruth Chabalala. The first presenter on our program
is going to be Mautwana M, Lugodi LT, Palane K, Tlowane M, Mrubulangwenya S, and also Sinyazi K. Their topic is titled Enslaved Then, Endangered Now, Female Dungeons and the Second Pandemic of Violence Against Women in South Africa, an evocative autoethnographic analysis. So among these people that I've read out, Dr. Mautwana M and Dr. Tlowane M are the ones who are coming to present. Can we give them a round of applause to encourage them, to give them some energy before they ascend the stage? We can do better than that, colleagues.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Without wasting any time, all protocol observed. The title has slightly changed. It reads, Enslaved Then, Endangered Now. Female Dungeons in Ghana and Gender-Based Violence in South Africa, an evocative ethnographic study. So the presenters that also appear on the program have slightly changed. Here are the main contributors to the paper. The paper is going to be presented by Dr. Tlowane and myself. Now, it's not a secret that African countries have been a victim, or have been a subject, rather, of colonization. Now, the slave trade was one of the most catastrophic disruptions in our African history. So this study is based on 2 castles in Ghana that were enslaving African people, but it's going to focus more on the females. That is an example, or a picture rather, of how the female dungeons or castles look like. So we based our study on the Elimina and the Cape Coast castles, which are found in Ghana, and they served as places of enslavement for African people, but we focused, as I said, on the women side. Now, during the slavery in Ghana, the women were exposed to overcrowding in their dungeons. Starvation was one of them, and sexual exploitation, and also dehumanization, because they were all of them in one small room. Even now you can see there's a light, but the narration or the history of this dungeon is that there were no lights at the time. They were just put in one room, a lot of them overcrowding, and they were also exploited sexually. Now, this paper draws a critical line between the histories or the experiences of African, or rather women in the Ghana, and try to find a link between the second pandemic that we have in South Africa, declared by our President Cyril Ramaphosa, known as gender-based violence. It aims to explore the lived experiences with symbolic meaning of the 2 castles in Ghana, and examine how the gender violence during this slavery times still continue in the South African context. The study used, as I indicated, an evocative ethnographic study or design. The reason for that is the paper is authored by 6 researchers, 4 of which were able to go to Ghana and have these experiences. So the 2 of them were not in that space. So what we have done is that the 4 that were in the space did the the translations, or rather they wrote their emotions aside, or their feelings or transcriptions. And then the ones who were not there were able to thematize. That also assisted us to deal with the issues of biasness when it comes to the findings. So in essence, it means that the authors are also the participants in the study, and the design was chosen because it changes the way in which you view things. Initially, we're just thinking of slavery, colonization as it happened then. But linking it to what we're facing now in the country, we decided this is the right design for us. And it also allows for the analysis to happen concurrently through thematizing. So Dr. Lawan is going to start from the theoretical framework.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mautwani. This study, good afternoon, and all protocol observed. Now, this study is underpinned by the post-colonial feminist theory, and this is because it is based both on the experience of the Ghanaian women who were stuck in the dungeons, as well as the experiences of the current South African women who are also facing their own challenges in terms of the gender-based violence that we have in the country. So it is the experiences of the Ghanaian female dungeons, which is not only a historical trauma that remained then, but it's a way of a catalyst that is ongoing in terms of the violence that is faced by women. Of course, these two eras are different. Then they were enslaved. Now we've got freedom, but the challenges are almost the same when we resemble or we reflect on the issues of GBV that we experience, especially in our country. Now, as Dr. Mautwana has already indicated, the 4 participants who were in Ghana, who went into the dungeons, who learned about the history, who experienced how it was to be in those dungeons, how those women were captured, how they lived, how they were traumatized, raped, and exploited by colonizers then, came back and wrote reflections on these experiences. On those experiences. Now we drew 6 themes from the reflections, in which were common in the 4 reflections that were shared. Now, looking at the time, I won't go deeply into each theme because they are quite long. So I'm just going to just take a glimpse on each of these themes. Now, one of the themes that came out was the issue of intergenerational trauma, in terms of the trauma that was experienced by the women, the Ghanaian women in the dungeons at the time, and also the trauma that is felt by the South African women in terms of GBV. As we have explained, that these women were all kept against their wills, and they were traumatized, were raped, and went through these ordeals. Now, when these 4 researchers went into the dungeons, one of the common things that they felt or read or wrote in their reflection was that they felt grief, they felt rage, they felt shock, and they could actually link it to what South African women are currently going through at the moment. And that the second theme, which is gendered violence and sexual exploitation, the enslaved women, as already indicated, that they were punished through rape, and you think of incidences in our South African context where women are still punished through rape. You find a lesbian woman where there's corrective rape that still occurs because it's a form of punishment. So that is linked to what used to happen in history, but still continues to occur into our current context. The next one being linking the past and the present. We are looking at things like in those dungeons, they had Christian churches above the dungeons themselves. They imposed Christianity. However, underneath the churches themselves, they were holding these poor women. Now, if you think about cases that we have, if you look at the picture there, that is a picture of Shirel Zondi when they were announcing that Pastor Omotoso was acquitted of his rape cases. Now, we still experience those even in this context, where Christianity is brought in the picture. However, instead of doing what it's supposed to do in these churches themselves, the women are still suffering of this kind of ordeals. And the last two was that going into these dungeons, they were able to understand that the voices of women have always been silenced. That in most cases, when we look at our history, it's not much that is written about women heroes as compared to men heroes. And now in these cases of, if you look at theme number 6, resistance and resilience, the women in the dungeons, even in those circumstances, they still had the will to fight. They still had the will to live. Even when we link it to our South African context, where you'll find cases like that of Unene Mkhwejane, who was raped and killed at the post office, that of, and movements like Am I Next, that emanated from that kind of an ordeal, shows that even in the ordeals that we face as South African women, we still try to find voices, we still come up with campaigns, we still find a way in which we can try to come up with movements that will spark change and will bring our voices out. Now, linking the issues that we have discussed now with our contemporary South African issues in terms of how the sufferings of those women still are relevant to what is happening right now to the contemporary South African women. If you think of the time of COVID-19, GBV was actually termed the second pandemic. That is how rife it was at that time. So it still shows that those issues, even though they happened at a different time, they still have an impact in terms of what we are facing. Now, in running for time, in our conclusion, making these reflections actually indicate that the dungeons are not just a history, but they still mirror our present, and also they remind us of the struggles that gender-based violence in South Africa is as part of the long continuum of violence stretching back to slavery. However, it happens in a different way. So for us South African women who are academics, that gave us a different mandate, that if we are going to teach now, we need to teach differently, meaning that we need to confront the silent voices that are not represented in our histories. We need to research critically, meaning our research must go as far as challenging the dominant narratives that are there about our histories. And lastly, we need to fight relentlessly, meaning that our research needs to go as far as engaging our communities, influencing our policies, but most importantly, creating safer spaces for South African women. That, in a nutshell, as brief as we could, ladies and gentlemen, is what we wanted to share with you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I hope, colleagues, you are ready with your questions. Do you have questions for Dr. Mautwana and Dr. Tlowani? Prof. Nobela, you are recognized. You are also recognized. Another one? Or just the two of you? I'm humbly requesting that you keep your questions brief because we are running out of time. So in order to save time, just go straight to the questions. I'm requesting another mic, please. Oh, give it to Prof. Ntombela to ask his question. He's here.
The enslavement of the body, which you have found in the harassment of these confinement of women and the present day rapes that are so happening. How would you link that to the intellectual enslavement in how they are bound? Could happen both in women and men, and not to be able to break free into the intellectual space because the language in which they could use that is an imposition and they are forced to stunt their intellectual capacity.
Thank you, Prof. Tombela. The next question, please. Yes, you can ask your question. Please send out the mic.
Thank you. That was a really good presentation as a young Black woman. And my question is that given the cross-national implications between places like Elmina, Ghana, and South Africa, how can we foster genuine Pan-African cooperation in combating violence against women that transcends political rhetoric and also delivers concrete social justice?
Thank you. Who starts between the two of you?
Okay, I think a declaration, I don't know everything. But you're right, Prof. Being in the dungeons, there were sections also of males. But I think for the researchers who were there, they found, not that things were different between the two genders, but for example, you can imagine women being on their periods and they are, in one place, and then there's a small hole where they pass their urine. It was very inhuman. And we realized that, well, that is a story or a narrative that is never told. When we're looking at in slavery now, 90% of our work is about males, how they were taken from their homes, but nothing about women and things that they've encountered. Hence, we decided, let's look at the women and comparing it to now. My colleague spoke of issues of rape, for example. A lesbian woman is raped almost every day in South Africa simply because of their sexual orientation. That is taken forcefully because of their own identity. Remember, when the colonizers in Ghana were raping these women, it was forcefully. They had no choice. And the person who was narrating the stories to us said they left, remember they left their wives in their countries, European countries, because they said their skin color will not survive in Africa. They said, they are going to be susceptible to malaria and whatsoever. So they saw women, Black women, as objects that they could use anytime they wanted. Let's move away from homosexuals. Let's get to heterosexual relationships. Today there was how old was that man who was sentenced for raping a 12-year-old, I think, was sentenced today. That little girl had no say in whatever was happening then. And it was just fortunate that it was found out. How many cases do we have now where women are being raped or victimized by people that they know, people that they have, uncles that they are supposed to be with them, supposed to be their caregivers, but they are violating them. And the worst thing in our African countries, what do? We keep it under wraps, we wrap it up. It's like the church is talking about. They did this, they went to church, praised the Lord, came back to the dungeons, did the same thing. So it's a cycle that we are doing also ourselves, because a pastor can come and rape, then go to the pulpit and preach. And we don't see anything wrong with that as a community. Hence, we saw that there is a linkage, just the times are different. Because then it was normalized, it was okay for them. And even now it's okay, because my uncle comes and rapes me, I go to my mother, they call my grandmother, there's a meeting, no, and little do we understand the impact that this young girl has, the same as it happened then. So you take the second one.
Okay, in attempt to answer the second one, I think in collaboration to ensure political justice or social justice, as much as us as South African, for instance, as a country, are not prioritizing the issues, for instance, of GBV, And also, they only go as far as lip service and not beyond that. If they can declare it a second pandemic, but there isn't much that is still done, especially when we look at our justice system, there isn't going to be much change before we can even think of collaboration with other countries. So for me, I think it is political will. How many issues of rape and human trafficking that are happening, and you find that our leaders sometimes are silent. People would even be vocal about it to say, there are so many issues that happened, and you will see the rise of our leaders. But when it comes to GBV and all these other issues that are sometimes mostly affecting women, there isn't much that is said. So for me, I think it drives to political will. It is something that is doable, but however, it will need that strength or the power to start there.
Thank you. Do we have 2 more questions before? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can we give them another hand of applause? So to add on what they were saying about the pastors raping women and after that going to preach on the pulpit or no one saying that is because mostly what the pastors do is they use the Bible to make the women to be submissive while they are committing a crime and a sin at the same time. So what they do, they misinterpret the Bible, and then what they do is that they make sure that the people whom they are delivering the sermon to listen, and afterwards the women are able to submit and they are not going to do anything, and everyone who is a follower of those pastors are not going to report it or are not going to see it as a problem. This thing I'm also doing gender studies on gender-based violence. So that's one of the findings why women most of the time when they are raped by pastors, they tend not to report or to be silent about it or to sweep it under the carpet. So it's based on those reasons. So our next speaker is going to be Masha Thule, Litsolo MP, and also Makamu TA. Their title of study is Who Decides What Counts as a Problem? A critical discourse analysis of policy framing. Can we please give him a hand of applause to give him some strength?
Okay, good afternoon. I'll try to be quick. I know that people are tired. It has been a long day of ideas. But my presentation is slightly different. It's who decide what counts as a problem in the context of language policy in higher education. And I think for people who are interested in language, this will be something very interesting. Okay, so why is policy an important thing for me? Because, I do believe that policies are important. They have a regulative function, but policies offer conceptual base upon which to understand social realities. But they also offer conceptual understanding to shape realities. But I like the idea of how can policies enable us to reimagine and think of possibilities? What kind of legacies do you want to leave? And what kind of African universities we want to leave behind as a community of academics and Black intellectuals, or even better, African academics. And we have, decried the problems with our universities that they exist within a very colonial and colonial concept, and we have struggled in finding ways to navigate. How do we reimagine an African university outside the colonial lens? So I think that's a bigger question for me to say, how do we reimagine policies in such a way that they offer opportunities for reimagining future possibilities, especially for me as a person who's interested in African languages. And so that's the kind of logic I'm applying. But the reality is, the work of critical theory has demonstrated that policies are not neutral. In so many instances, they have shown to serve elitist interests, imperial interests, and as African people, we have had very limited voice on how do we disrupt the entrenched colonial hegemony that has shaped policy. Okay, but the idea is policies are not neutral. They mostly serve interests. The question is, whose interests have policies in higher education have generally served, especially with regards to language? But the key thing is policies are not neutral. They serve interests of certain groups while they disadvantage, in some instances, disempower certain groups. And how do we re-theorize the idea of policy neutrality or lack of policy neutrality? There's a lot of work that has gone into the idea of policy analysis and how policies, or we have to engage with policies based on critical theoretical ideas. For example, Stone has written, it's quite old ideas, but they're still very powerful in the sense that policies, always reflect contentions over power, okay? They always reflect contentions over what kind of knowledge is superior, what kind of life is worth being celebrated, and what kind of cultures are worth being mainstream, and which ones obviously have to be marginalized. But the feature as well said that policies are not just technical, they're neither objective, but they always represent political interests of certain groups. And Baji's work, I found it very interesting because it points to, when we do policy analysis, it's always important to ask, how do policies frame the problem that they purport to solve? And I'll try to do that in this presentation, looking at few institutional language policies. How do they really frame the problem? Because obviously, how do we measure the impact of the policy if the policy does not identify a problem and it does not frame that particular problem in ways that are meaningful to people that it's supposed to benefit? Okay, so beyond that, Majoni also points that policies are not neutral, but the work of Foucault is at substance to say policies generally represent the kind of knowledge that becomes accepted. And sometimes we don't see certain things as problems because we operate with a particular knowledge, a construct. And we'll talk about this slightly later on. But Neville Alexander, who is very influential in the space of language policy in Africa, talk about how policies have historically perpetuated racial and class inequality in the context that we have had almost 30 decades of pro-inclusiveness, but the output points to the opposite. Okay, so another thought that I've been grappling around is the idea of policy as a contested space. That how do we start to think about policies as ways that we can challenge dominant and hegemonic practices and even racist practices, that we should not just accept policies as neutral, but as a wave for confronting, for asserting ourselves as African people, but also mapping models that humanizes us more. And why is this important? I'm inspired by the work of Neville. Okay, time is almost running. And Neville talked about the unassailability of English and its subsequent unattainability, that English has occupied quite a great deal of power. But to many people, English is not accessible and it's not even attainable, because access to English in South Africa is highly racialized, but it's also class-based. If you come from a rural community, your access to English is very limited. If you're black, it's also, so the intersection between class and race makes English not easily accessible. But at our universities, English occupies a powerful role. It determines whether you pass or you fail. And I think that's a very paradox that we need to think deeply about. How do we even reconcile this paradox that here's a language that occupies too much power in our lives, but it's also not accessible to many people? Okay, so the study that I've done was centered around two institutions, historically white and two historical black. So from a theoretical point of view, I use what some people define as critical policy analysis, which brings the tradition of critical theory and policy analysis, in said that it enables one to uncover, issues of power, issues of marginalization, issues of oppression inherent in policy issues. Say, for example, how do institutions identify the problem that they're trying to solve through their policy? You look at institution one, it says that how do they frame the problem? That to the institution, in terms of the language policy, they emphasize compliance, which is a very problematic thing, that you can't frame, okay, maybe I can't say that, but that it's not perhaps a very meaningful to say that the problem that you identify as an institution is compliance. But you look at the second institution that says that they mention that they do acknowledge that there's marginalization of indigenous languages, and they are finding ways to accommodate African languages within the institution. This is what I described as accommodation without disruption. We want to accommodate African languages, but we don't want to disrupt the hegemony of English. The third institution says that, yes, we acknowledge that African languages are being marginalized, but we are currently working to encouraging people to learn African languages, which it seems to me is like you set the bar so low that no one can hold you accountable. That, how do you even measure encouragement? That you're saying we will in some ways encourage people. It's something that is not really measurable. So this points to the problematic nature of how institutions themselves frame the problems that they're trying to solve through their language policies. Well, what I find interesting is Institution 4, which is not so anonymous. Many people will be aware that where they come out explicitly to say they acknowledge that it's important to develop indigenous languages, and for this reason we recognize the importance of making sure that our students have access to English, but we are intentionally intellectualizing isiZulu. So I find that a much more persuasive way of framing the problem that you're trying to solve through your policy intervention. But of course, there are problems in the sense that the policy does not even say, is there opportunity for isiZulu students to learn other African language? Okay, that's perhaps the weakness, in the sense that as much as it's persuasive to say you are intentionally intellectualizing an African language, but there are different ways that we can think about it. Okay, and again, how do we reconcile the problem identification with the responses to the problem? Again, Institution 1 says, in terms of the current language policy, University 1 will use English as a medium of instruction. That to me is a weak framing of I don't think it's even in compliance with the legislative framework of 2020, because it talks about the urgent need to intellectualize African languages. So all of this points to contentions around what is the problem that police are supposed to solve, and how do institutions reimagine solution to those issues. Then
I thought, how can we move beyond accommodation of African languages? How do we move beyond we'll just encourage people to do ABC? How do we meaningfully integrate ways that institutions can start rethink about the importance of identity validation, humanizing African students, reimagine and understanding, and giving expression to the idea of language as a resource? The post-1994 excitement about language rights, it has sort of died down, and now no one even talks about language rights anymore, yet the Constitution is an important document. And again, the idea of decolonization arguments, they've been silent somewhat when it comes to African languages, which is a paradox that we want to decolonize, yet we're using English. Okay, yeah. But beyond that, from the policy point of view, is we do find a lot of managerialism, and where institutions believe that language is something that you can package in a little office and someone can bring magical change. And I think that's a very problematic notion, that it requires a different scenario. So I want to leave with this metaphor and that we can read, and I know that I'm out of time, so thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Can we give him another round of applause? Do we have 3 questions for him or 2? Okay, I'll start with Dr. Mafa. Start with you, and then the last one will be Prof. Ntombela.
I just want to know your personal opinion about parents who have adopted English as their first language and they speak it to their children. Just personal opinion, thanks.
Oh, while they are handing over the mic to the second one, you can answer the question in the meantime.
Well, I would imagine that there are real reasons why parents will want their children to know English, right? And obviously because it's an important language, but there are also imagined reasons, some that have to do with ideologies that exist in the society and our history of colonialism. My argument will be there's nothing wrong with English because it occupies a powerful position in our lives. But choices of learning and teaching should not be English versus mother tongue. It can be both. And in the BSM's program, we have demonstrated that, choices of language, of learning and teaching should not be mother tongue versus English. You can curriculate in ways that enable both to function in ways that are meaningful and impactful and enable access to knowledge in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. Second speaker, or the second one who want to ask a question.
It's actually a statement. You said that you want to accommodate African languages. To accommodate suggests a gesture of allowance from a position of dominance. It is as if African languages are guessed or they're just fitting in without challenging this hierarchy of English or other dominant languages. So it frames inclusion as a favor, not a right. From a decolonial standpoint, that's problematic because, number one, it does not dismantle the power imbalance between languages. Secondly, it assumes that the dominant language stays central while African languages are peripheral. Lastly, it continues the colonial logic that we will only give you space, but only in our terms.
Thank you for the question. While the mic is being handed to Prof. Ntombela, you can answer in the meantime.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It was my critique of the institution
not necessarily that I'm saying that they are saying that I refer to that as accommodation without disruption. That's my characterization of the policy. But I totally agree with you that there are more meaningful ways of navigating the space for indigenous languages and the models of practice, and I'm happy to engage around that.
Thank you, Prof. Ndombela.
Thank you. Policy exists in the same semantic field with policing, police, which all have a connotation of restricting, confining. Would you envisage a future, perhaps, where all these restricting tendencies, especially with regards to language, are removed and are no longer really the controlling ideology?
Thank you, Prof. While you are taking the mic to the Dean of the faculty, he will be responding.
I think Dr. Ngubani said it nicely as a punch in her last about the possibilities of institution where we think differently about language, and the intellectual works around translanguaging offer, there's something that we need to engage more around the theorizations of translanguaging and what does it mean, I do imagine that possibility, and we just need to think deeply, and the work on translanguaging has already, opened our eyes to those possibilities. Thank you, Prof.
Mine it's a comment, and Prof. Maruma is starting to laugh because the two of us were saying, do you remember when we were still growing up, we envied the children from next door who were speaking English so fluently because they were coming from, their parents were working somewhere, then they went to multiracial schools. So are these people now saying, because we are coming from being disadvantaged, you can imagine how we learned Nonyana Jepedi, Diduji Mehlareng, without being so fluent in English. Now we envy our children because they are there. But now they want to take us back, Maruma, to where we come from, where we will only know Sepedi. And when they communicate, even the teachers at that time, they were teaching, you can see that they were struggling in English, teaching us English. Now our kids can communicate so fluently. Now we want to take them back from where we come from, of knowing only Sepedi. Will it work? That's me and Maruma communicating. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for the comments. Can we give another round of applause to Mr. Mashatule, Dr. Litswalo, and Dr. Makamu? Thank you. Colleagues, we are requested that after the last presenter in this session, which is Litswalo KS, we remain here for the direction of tomorrow's session. So thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity that you gave me to direct you for this short period of time. So my co-presenter, Prof. Ndombela, will be the one who will be leading you on. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, who may not be so gentle, sisters and lovers and all, it's an afternoon. It's a good afternoon. Let's swallow KS, you are present. Can I see the show of hand? Either let's swallow KS or Yedemi. can see somebody who looks like that one would be the last. And then we have Monyuku, is that correct? Monyuku and Nisana. Do we have those? You now have the floor. You now have the floor, and the title of your presentation is Grade 12 Teacher-Learner Perceptions and Attitudes Towards Precision Agriculture in Limpopo Province in Capricorn, Mopani, and Waterberg districts, South Africa. Did you say 15 minutes? Yes. 10 minutes presentation, 5 minutes presentations, or 50 minutes everything? God bless you.
Hey guys, my slides are doing things that I don't know. My slides are doing things. My slides are doing things that I don't know here. They're doing things. Can I just present like this? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarwatile Munyoko, a master's student in the Department of Mathematics, Science and Technology Education. This afternoon, I'll present my study titled The Grade 12 Teacher-Learner Perceptions and Attitudes Towards Precision Agriculture in Limpopo Province in the 3 districts of Limpopo Province, namely Capricorn, Mopani, and Waterberg District, South Africa. Without any further ado, let me take you to my presentation outline. I'll first present about the introduction, the literature review, theoretical framework, research methodology, result and discussion, and then finding of the studies, and then I will end with the recommendations of the study. Moving on to the introduction, agricultural technology is one of the agriculture that is contained within the broader agricultural sciences curriculum, with precision agriculture being one of the important topics in agricultural technology. So precision agriculture is regarded as the smartest technology of the current revolution or the current 21st centuries, with the aim of equipping learners with the vocational skills or the hands-on skills that will enable them to be the active participant in the 21st centuries or in the 4th industrial revolution. Moving on. So, this study intends to provide the valuable information to the curriculum developers so that they can identify the gaps in the curriculum that could improve the topic of the precision agriculture. Furthermore, it plans to produce agricultural artisans as in line with the National Development Plan of 2020 to produce the artisans that are well equipped with the technology of the precision agriculture. Moving on to the literature review, I'll start with the overview of the agricultural technology. So what is this agricultural technology? So agricultural technologies can sometimes be referred as the agri-tech, which is the agriculture that combines the use of the machinery and the use of the technology. The technology that is used within this agricultural technology is the precision agriculture that we are talking about. Although this precision agriculture is so important, some teachers and learners still don't understand it. And then this precision agriculture is very much important in the economy, in the society, that it increases the production, increases the profits, while it sustains the environment or does not harm any environment. Moving on to the components of the precision agriculture. So precision agriculture have the 4 main components. The first one is the global positioning system, which gives the correct location on the farm fields. And then we are having the GIS, which is the geographical information systems, which collect data on the field, agricultural field, and then send it to the farmers so that they could analyze it. The third one is the UAV, which is commonly known as the drone technology, which can be used to detect the pest manifestation, can be used to apply the fertilizers, or can be used for the irrigation purposes. The last component of this technology is the VRT, which is the variable rate technology. This technology applies the required agricultural inputs in the required amount. For example, if the field needs to be applied 50 kg of the fertilizers, this technology will apply exactly that, not more, not less. Moving on, precision agriculture has its own challenges and benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, it's worth noting that by 2050, the world population would have increased to 9.8 billion of people globally, meaning that most of the masses will be facing food insecurity, or people will be living under poverty. So precision agriculture is the agriculture that can solve all of that by elevating poverty while sustaining the environment, increasing production as well as the profits. The challenges that are there with the precision agriculture is that not everyone could afford this kind of technology. It is very high costly, and then it needs people to have a certain level of literacy to understand and to implement it. Moving on to the next slide, and then how do teachers and learners perceive this precision agriculture? Learners perceive precision agriculture as the difficult topic to learn, while teachers also perceive it as a difficult topic to teach because they believe that they do not have enough resources that can enable them to choose the right teaching strategy or the right teaching method to teach this precision agriculture. Moving on, what are the factors that influences those attitudes? And then what are the factors that are acting as the barriers of adoption of this precision agriculture? Firstly is the economic viabilities. Is the country having enough revenue to adopt to the technology, the level of education, the high cost of technology, teachers' lack of knowledge? Moving on to the theoretical framework, the study was informed by two theories, which is the Rogers diffusion of innovativeness and the theory of planned behavior. So in the Rogers diffusion of innovativeness, there is innovation, communication, channels and times, and social system, which in return influences how individuals perceive a certain topic or perceive a new innovation. Moving on to the research methodology, the study was informed by mixed approaches, taking in consideration both qualitative and the quantitative approaches. The study used the triangulation, giving equal priority to both qualitative and the quantitative data. It used 4 qualified agricultural technology teachers and 20 certified agricultural technology learners. The study was collected in the 3 districts, namely Capricorn, Mopani, and Waterberg districts in Limpopo province. And data was collected in form of the question-ended, open-ended questions, as well as the semi-structured interviews for both teachers and learners, while the quantitative data used the quantitative Likert scale surveys and the classroom observation to collect data from both teachers and learners. The data was analyzed using the deductive thematic analysis in terms of the qualitative data, and then in terms of the quantitative data, they used descriptive statistics. Moving on to the result and discussions, I will start with the classroom observation. The following parameters were observed during the classroom, which was the teacher's preparedness for the lesson. And before I go that, the classroom was observed in 2 schools, namely School Q and School R. So teacher in School Q showed that they were more prepared for the classroom as they had lesson plans. The learners in School Q were more participating as compared to the learners in School R. The teachers' content knowledge, teachers at School Q had more knowledge as compared to teachers in School R. Teachers' teaching method and strategies. Teacher in School Q used different types of the teaching strategies and methods that allowed learners to be the active participant in the classroom. Hence, the learners at School Q were more participating than learners at School R. Moving on to the teachers' interviews and learners' questionnaires, the following were the themes that were identified: awareness of the agricultural technology, precision agriculture, components of precision agriculture. Both teachers and learners indicated that they have a surface knowledge on those three that I just mentioned. They don't have a deep understanding on the topics. Teachers' resources and teachers' strategies. Teachers indicated that they have a limited teaching resources and learning resources, then it influences their choice of teaching strategies, meaning that most of the teachers used the direct method or the lecture method because they do not have any equipment that allow them to integrate other strategies of teaching. And teachers' knowledge, teachers indicated that they have a limited knowledge in terms of precision agriculture. Moving on to the teachers' Likert surveys, most teachers indicated that they have an excellent understanding on agricultural technology, precision agriculture, the components of precision agriculture. And then when teachers were asked about the availability of the teaching and the learning resources, teachers indicated that they are not satisfied with the available teaching and learning resources. Coming to learners, learners indicated that some have negative attitudes, whilst some have positive attitudes in terms of precision agriculture, components of precision agriculture. And when learners were asked about their views on the availability of teaching resources, on the teachers' knowledge and knowledge that are gained through precision agriculture, most of the learners answered neutral. This showed that some learners have negative attitudes and some learners have positive attitudes. Moving on to the main findings of the study revealed that both teachers and learners have somehow a positive perception towards precision agriculture. However, lack of resources, such as the teaching and learning resources, influences their overall perceptions. And in addition, learners have both positive and negative attitudes towards that. And lastly, there is a model of teaching precision agriculture and the recommendations. I think they're just going to tell me that my time is up. Thank you very much.
Precision presentation. Another round of applause. Do we have questions to engage? We have one here from Dr. Chabalala. You can fire on while the others are still thinking.
There is something that you said before I want to make a comment. Before I want to get it clearly. You spoke about the use of drones. You said that they can be used to apply fertilization, detect infestation, and then the other one, what did you say it can do?
It can also irrigate.
Irrigate.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for such. I just want to make a comment. In criminology, we have known drones to be used to detect crime or to record events, like, for example, when there is a commission of crime that has been reported. So knowing that when the police officers get there, they will find the perpetrators to have fled the scene, which will result in them not having evidence that will lead to the successful prosecuting of the perpetrators. So what they do is that they will send the drones to go out there to record information so that can be used during criminal proceedings. So today I just want to thank you because I have learned that drones cannot only be used for what I know, but can be used for something else. Thank you for such.
Thank you.
All right. She seems to be off the hook from the look of things, and well, there seems to be one odd one who wants to engage you further. So the one at the back will be the last one in that order.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ma'am, and thank you so much for your presentation. I have a question for you. You mentioned that population is expected to rise by 2050 globally, and that there's a possibility of food scarcity. So my question to you is, what role can innovation in agriculture, such as genetically modified foods, play in addressing the challenge of food scarcity? And also, do you think that GMOs or genetically modified food are or is a sustainable solution to the predicted food scarcity? Thank you so much for the platform.
Right, before she answers, I think there's the last one at the back there.
Okay, I will try to answer your question about.
Okay, thank you. I go by Racheku Olsen. Thank you for the nice presentation. I've noticed that drone use in agriculture is also applied in China. So I wanted to ask Gore, in South Africa, if you were to apply that, how many companies develop drone in South Africa? And I wanted to also ask about the affordability of the drone licenses. Or will it be just flied by anyone, or you need to get a license? And how much will that license be? Thank you.
I'll start with the last question. I really don't know about how much will the license cost. And as for South African context, the precision agriculture is still developing. Not so many companies are offering the precision agriculture. It's the topic that is still studied, and many universities like University of Pretoria are offering people some courses so that they could learn about this precision agriculture as a new technology for us as the South Africans. And then the other question was saying that will GMO solve the food crisis? Yes, the GMOs can solve the food crisis. Remember, the GMOs, they are tampering with their genetics, meaning that they could inject or alter their genetics to produce more maize or grains as much as they are needed. They could temper their genetics so that they can withstand the harsh conditions such as drought. I hope I answered all the questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. God was with you. So we do now have the last and certainly not least presentation, and I hope we do have Letswalo with us, who is coming to present. She is the prodigy of Oyedemi T, the very professor in the Department of Communication, Media and Information Studies. She wants to talk to us about women in the first quarter, communicating freedom through television news, representation of post-apartheid conditions of black women in South Africa, 1994 to 2019. Enjoy. That's your MacBook, isn't it?
Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to share more about my PhD study. My name is Letsalo Gokejo, and I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Limpopo under Communication Studies. So today's title is Women in the First Quarter, Communicating Freedom Through Television News, Representation of Post-Apartheid Conditions of Black Women in South Africa. So we'll be tracing from 1994 until 2019. So this is 20 years after democracy. So with this study, I have envisioned what life had been for women in post-apartheid South Africa. We have read studies on the conditions or the lived experiences of Black women during apartheid. There were so many bibliographies about Black women during their struggle, and they were just telling a story about how they lived during those times. So my study was influenced by me wanting to know what are the current realities of Black women. Yes, we have read about what happened during colonial and apartheid eras, but what is currently happening 30 years after apartheid? So I was looking at the colonial apartheid system that oppressed women, that reduced them to minors that have to be legally owned or should be legally under someone or a man, so they were inferior to men, or also they were inferior in the society. So with 1994, the democratic reforms created opportunities that include sectors as education, political participation, as well as employment. Yes, we can say that women were participating in political arenas during the apartheid. So we want to know, was their fight really worth it? What they fought for during apartheid, are they reaping the fruits of their labor? So we are going to be looking at also the structural inequalities as well as the marginalization that still persists in post-apartheid South Africa. So despite freedom, many Black women continue to experience systematic discrimination. That goes with their historical legacies as well as race, class, and gender that intersect to shape their lived realities. So what I want to know, or the real question that my study poses, is through the attainment of freedom, do Black women enjoy this freedom? So that will be the aim of the study, or that will be what I'll try to uncover or to answer while I'm doing the study. So we're also looking at the representation of Black women in the mainstream media. At this point, I've chosen television news simply because they shape our perception, and also they communicate what is considered important. So hence, I've chosen television rather than other media streams. So my key objective is to determine how the lived experiences of Black women are presented in television newscasts in post-apartheid South Africa, and also to deconstruct what the television cast depict about freedom for Black women in South Africa post-apartheid, and also examine through personal encounters with female leaders from selected sectors in society, what has freedom changed about the condition of Black women in South Africa, and again to propose a model for studying and analyzing post-colonial experiences of Black women in previous post-colonial nations, not only in South Africa, but also to look at other nations that were colonized. So many literature have written much about women, about their experience, and also talked about how freedom has now allowed them to have a movement, to participate, to go into labor participation and also just have freedom of movement. But again, it shows that there are still inequalities, although freedom has been attained, but there are still inequalities that we're still going through as a country. And again, there are issues of poverty that affect most women as compared to the other gender. And again, the issue of unemployment is something that is also hindering Black women in South Africa, not to forget the gender-based violence and femicide, which is considered as a pandemic in South Africa. And most of my colleagues today spoke mostly about gender-based violence in South Africa. So those are some of the challenges that Black women are still facing in post-South Africa today. So my theory, we looked at post-coloniality as well as intersectionality and media representation, just to look at how the legacies of apartheid still affects Black women in South Africa, and also the intersection of gender, race, and class, and again, media representation. As we know, media shapes the influence of the public. So we're also looking at how media present the issues of Black women. And my methodology, I used the mixed method with quantitative as well as qualitative. So qualitative, we're looking at the SABC3 news bulletins, and quantitative, it will be a survey that is conducted. We're going to be looking at born-frees, Black women. Those are women that were born after 1994. And for the another data collection will be the interviews with Black women in different sectors, not limited to business, politics, education, as well as safety. So what is expected? It is still an ongoing study that I'm still doing. So now I'm in the data collection and analysis phase, where I am still collecting data. And what is expected from this study is to provide empirical data on the progress and persist challenges, and also inform media, policy, as well as academic discourse, and contribute to feminist and post-colonial as well as communication studies literature. And again, we have to ask ourselves, at the end of the day, are we essentializing the issues of Black women? The question that I'm drawing to you today is as South Africa, is there essentialization of Black women? So this is the topic that I'm going to, the question that I'm going to be leaving you with today. So it's still a work in progress. The interviews are currently conducted, and media archives collection are underway, as well as the survey is underway. So freedom is not a monolistic, it's an experience, and it's also shaped by identity and history. So it's an ongoing research to deepen understanding of how Black women navigate post-apartheid South Africa. And the next step for me is just to finalize data collection and analyze. And thank you so much. That marks the end of my presentation. If you have any insights or contribution, there are my contact details. You can contact me. Thank you so much.
Marvelous, thank you very much. Before we contact her on the email that she has displayed, we can essentialize her with our questions, at least for now. And don't be too brutal. Her professor is around. Do we have any? There is certainly one question that comes from Professor Mautu, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, she is certainly raising her hand. We did have the roving mic, didn't we? Is there anyone else? Yes, from Professor Mautu, there is a hand. And yeah. So you will engage her.
Thank you. I'm asking an innocent question. It's innocent, and the supervisor is listening. I listened to the key objectives and where the research torch lies. And I'm asking myself that if the research title starts at freedom, will it burn any finger? Like the research title being Freedom Through Television News, Representation of Post-Apartheid Conditions of Black Women in South Africa. It's innocent, and it's just that the other words before freedom, if they fall off, will they burn any finger? Thank you.
Prof, do you want me to take this one? Okay, Prof, we are not only looking at the media representation, we are looking at Black women in general. We are looking at the realities, the lived experiences. So we want to see those lived experiences, whether are being presented in the media or the media is representing a total different narrative about the issues surrounding Black women. Or we remove the communicating.
We remove women in the first quarter communicating. Then our title then reads, Freedom Through Television News, Representation of Post-Apartheid Conditions of Black Women in South Africa.
Okay, with the communicating part, we were trying to match it within the communication studies theme because it was thought to be a media research. Hence, we added the communicating part so that it can match to communication studies. So the communicating part was initially not there. It was just integrated so that it can be within the communication studies. So yes, when we submitted it for DREC, they told us for the departmental reviews, they told us that it should resonate with communication. Hence, we integrated the word communication so it could be within the discipline of communication. Otherwise, we were not intending to use the word communicate.
Thank you, Prof. In your presentation, I heard you saying that in the past, during apartheid, women were legally owned to be under a man, and there are many women during those times who fell pregnant outside marriage, who were chased from their post, either in nursing, police officers that I recalled, that have been laid off because of being pregnant and not married. But the other part is that the men who impregnated them, they were not chased off. So currently, when we look at the issue of gender-based violence, do you think that system that was there in the apartheid where women were legally owned by men is still existing?
Is it a personal question?
Yes, the personal question.
Well, I'm thinking that patriarchy also plays a role in our society, and it's not something that can be dismantled in an instant, right? It's something that it's a struggle that we are still trying to find ways in which to navigate around. So what I can say is the system hasn't yet found policies that really caters for women, but they are implementing policies that would try to protect women, but patriarchy still plays a big role in South African societies.
I think she has done pretty well for a sounding hand clap. Yes. We can, in fact, digest this essential presentation with a cup of tea. The announcement now is that I can see that our colleagues are coming to join us. they are on time for a cup of tea. So we will allow the hierarchy to lead us into tea break. We have our dean, we have our school directors, we have research professor, we have our main presenters, and obviously our presenters in that sequence to lead us into tea, which is not going to take very long. It's just a sip, and then we'll reconvene for a wrap-up of today's proceedings, just to chart the way forward for tomorrow. That is from me to you.